Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, whenever you are. My name is Ronan Vector here back again in your timeline, exploring some more Final Fantasy XIV online. And I gotta say, I'm loving it so far. Uh, it's good stuff. I'm having fun. I've been doing some work off stream even, as you can maybe tell by my new look and my new little companion there. Uh, Palico, I believe it is. It's my faithful companion. Helped me take down a dragon. It's good stuff. Get my windows here. All right. So we're gonna pick up with some ninja class quests. I'm gonna try to get as far as I can into it. I wrapped up the save the princess thing off stream. Not terribly interesting. Only thing we've missed is anyone that's been following before, that flamboyant dude we took down in the beginning of our class quest has reappeared and has been sort of helping behind the scenes. And now there's some other new conflict that we have to go deal with. So that's what's what. Let's see, I believe I have to go back to Wineport. But first, I want to check on my retainers, see if they sold any of my crap. As far as where we left off with our comic journey here, as you can tell by my little TV, we are in Gwenem versus Carnage. This would be Ghost Spider, or Spider-Gwen, whatever you like to call her. Versus Carnage, which I'm not really sure how it works in the context of this story, because during Carnage was dead during King of Black, and I use that with the biggest air quotes. So we'll see how this is set up. Maybe this is like in the context of her own universe. We'll see.
The city of New York is covered in a black goo from the symbiote god Null. The sky is as dark as the world has been trapped into a globe of Null's power, and dragons roar as they fill the eternally night skies. Gwen Stacy, known as Spider-Woman, is in her own universe, crawling up the side of a building trying to avoid the goo that covers everything. But she's had no choice but to leap to the rescue when she hears someone yell out in fear. "Hold on, I'm coming!" she shouts as she leaps past more of the black tar. She finds a man screaming as the goo is covering around his body. "You're a superhero, right? Help me!" the guy yells as he sees Gwen approaching. She shoots her webbing, beginning to pull the man free, but the goo creeps up his body, wrapping around his head. "No, we're getting you out of here!" Gwen yells as she pulls harder, her webbing snapping through, and she's thrown clear. She struggles back to her feet, calling out to the lost man, and the black goo begins to pulse and split apart, revealing a symbiotic monster. Gwen's own symbiote reacts, becoming more alert as the web slinger leaps away. "I'm so out of my element with this," she thinks to herself as she swings away from the monster. She moves quickly through the destroyed city, finally arriving back at the apartment that she shares with some of her fellow students. "I'm back," she calls out, heading into the living room. Her roommates are trying to stay calm while Carrie tries to make improvised weapons as Gwen sits on the couch, and her friends offer to head to the next scavenger run. "How bad can it be?" Carrie asks, and Gwen looks up at her. "Carrie, you know not to say that," she shouts, and the wall suddenly explodes inward as one of the symbiote dragons launches itself at them. Gwen quickly morphs back into her costume as she leaps across the room, trying to protect her friends. She ends up jumping around, webbing up the dragon's mouth, trying to contain it. "Come on, chase the girl in the costume made of living spiders, not the co-eds," Gwen calls out. She knows not to let the monster touch her, though. She knows that there's no time for anything fancy. She quickly picks up a table and smashes it over the dragon's head. The dragon roars as Gwen launches herself towards the door. "You girls stay covered! Don't let the goo touch you!" she shouts as she heads out the door, drawing the dragon's attention. But the goo touches the girls on the way out and they begin to transform. Gwen webs several cabinets and vending machines, swinging them into the dragon with super strength. She then leaps past it back into the hallway. Back inside of their apartment, Gwen doesn't find her roommates, but she does find 3 roommate-size pods of goo. "You were good roommates. I'm sorry," Gwen says, trying to take a moment of peace. But that's when the dragon roars its head, pulling itself back into the room. Now is not the time, I'm mourning, she shouts as she throws another table at the monster. As her friends begin to emerge from their pods, Gwen leaps out the window and away. The dragon continues to chase her through the skies of the city, but Gwen holds its teeth and manages to land on the monster's back after she webs up her feet. She lashes at the creature's mouth with her webbing, trying desperately to steer it. Gwen then leaps away as the dragon crashes hard into the side of a building, exploding into a shower of black goo. As she falls through the air, Gwen reaches for her teleporter necklace. She promised that she wouldn't use it unless it was an emergency, but she kind of feels like this counts. As she pricks her finger with the sharp necklace, her symbiote begins to react violently and something goes wrong. Meanwhile, over on Earth 65, Mary Jane Watson is strapped to a table. The jackal laughing at her, telling her that she shouldn't struggle. In the absence of Miss Stacy, I need your help with a little project. You see, after our last encounter, I was able to acquire some of your fascinating spiders. He tells her as he holds up the small jar. They bonded to her, and she bonded with you. I'm wondering if they might bridge the divide. He tells her as he dumps the jar out. Those spiders begin to crawl over MJ's body as she screams, when suddenly her body twists and she disappears. The jackal stares at the empty table that MJ was just sitting on. Yeah, not the outcome that I was expecting, he says simply. On Earth 616, Mary Jane is suddenly ripped clear of Gwen's falling body. Feels like I'm being split in two. Is that MJ? Gwen thinks sharply, and MJ keeps falling as Gwen lashes out with her webs. MJ, hold on, she shouts, and then she pulls her in close, grabbing her and shielding her body as they smash into the goo on the ground. Gwen sits up quickly, the goo already covering MJ, when suddenly a voice can be heard. Interesting. Null rumbles from his black throne. What are you, little one? Mine, but not mine. Something else. Something other. Like me. Everything is mine, and now I shall acquire it, he says with a smile. Gwen tries to pull MJ free, but as she reaches for her, the young woman rises up. Mary Jane isn't there, little spider. Only Null. And as his willing disciple, we think we can come up with a new name. The name of our Lord's most favored child. You can call me Carnage. Mary Jane snarls as she begins to move forward. As Gwen
that is the first time I've ever seen Botworks actually
MJ, now Carnage. She tells herself, okay, this is gonna be bad.
I almost want to do a little flip.
Bad. It's definitely, absolutely no question about it, bad. And she might be in shock. Why is MJ here in the 616 universe and not back in their home dimension? And why is she covered in the evil symbiote? Carnage yells out, asking, what's wrong? Null got your tongue? As Gwen questions what the hell a null is, Carnage lunges at her, forcing her to jump away. Gwen lands in the building, stating, I don't know how this is happening, but we will figure out a way to fix it, MJ. And Carnage asks, are you so threatened by this strength that you think that you can take it away?
So it is in the context of our own universe. So, my last quest I did off stream, Oboro, my shinobi master, was basically recalled home after we saved the princess, because the princess... Actually, no, he wasn't recalled home. He was told to keep doing what he was doing, and he was worried that he was, like, half-fired. So, because the princess we saved outed what he was doing. But we don't actually know. Yomi has a missive from the Far East with your name on it. Ah, Rax, I have a letter for you from Master Obaru. It would appear that his investigation in Kugane has borne fruit. Here, see for yourself. Dear Rax, I hope this letter finds you well. After a long and rather uneventful voyage, we have finally arrived safely in Kugane. Captain Jack seems quite taken with the Hygen culture and is enjoying a stroll in the pleasure quarters at this very moment. But forgive me, you are not interested in the diary of our travels. As for the matter of the scroll, rumors abound of a band of Domin scofflaws have been causing a stir of late. Putting together the accounts we have heard, the good captain and I are convinced that these are the thieves we seek. If the word about town is to be believed, these individuals are far more dangerous than we have imagined. I trust that you've been pursuing your ninjutsu training with your usual diligence. My apologies, of course, you have. In any case, would you We would have you join us at your earliest convenience. We will be keeping an eye out for your arrival. Seek us in the alley behind the second pier ferry docks. Safe travels, friend. So they're just going to wait in a back alley for an undetermined amount of time until I arrive. Is that what I'm led to believe? It's good to see Master Oboro in good spirits once more. Ever since the elders commanded him to remain here in Oroza, he has not been quite himself. Hey, nice vest. Looks familiar. After all, a shinobi without a duty to carry out is as a hawk with clipped wings. It's good to see Master Oboro soaring high once more. Still, I worry. Though I have great respect for the man, he can often be too trusting for his own good. Pray go by his side, friend, and see that he does not get himself in undue trouble. May the kami carry you safely across the sea. Yeah, that shirt's looking awfully familiar. I wear it better. Although I will say, I guess the collar is kind of different. He's got more of like a boob window, where I got a V-neck.
Oh, know how strong I am, Gwen! Carnage extends her arm into a music shop, grabbing a guitar, turning it into a literal axe to cleave Gwen.
Looks like I might have missed a dungeon
again, telling her, I don't want to fight my friend. Snap out of it, MJ.
And I never activated the levy quest over here. I think I'm just gonna go do that real quick.
Your arms. You left us. You let your friends get kidnapped by a madman. You left the world in a worse place, and you let everyone else clean up your mess. Carnage swings again, but this time Gwen jumps and she starts to web Carnage up as well as the axe. With a brief moment to think, Gwen grabs a hold of the axe, stating, I just need to get the spiders off of you and the axe. Can't make objects this big out of, but before Gwen could try and absorb her spiders back, they all begin to skitter away with Carnage bursting out laughing. Those aren't yours! Nothing belongs to you. Everything belongs to Null. Now come here, little spider. As Carnage rips herself off the wall, Gwen tries to escape, but Carnage grabs her by the leg, slamming her into the wall itself. Still dazed from the hit, Carnage lifts her and slams Gwen into the ground hard enough to shake her suit partly off. She then leans in, telling her, No, would like to see you now. As the world turns black, Gwen can feel herself falling. She looks around for somewhere to web, and when she does, the line snaps. When that fails, she shifts to plan B, creating wings to help her glide somewhere safely. But at that moment, a black tendril reaches up, slamming her into the wall. She quickly begins to get back up, asking if it's MJ, but Null tells her, No, but you are safe, or rather, what remains of you. Gwen thinks to herself that this is probably that Null guy. Gotta think of something. And Null asks, What are you? You're not made of one of my symbiotes. Gwen jumps to her feet, stating that where she's from, people like him don't own people, and Null laughs. I own your friend, though normally people put up more of a fight. She harbors a lot of rage towards you. Any idea why? As Null pulls an orb out of the wall, Gwen can see an image of MJ from a long time ago. She was trying to talk to Gwen, but Gwen was lost in her own head, and several years after that, they were supposed to be practicing a gig, but Gwen was off fighting. Null asks, Do you see it now? And Gwen yells, MJ's my friend! Null crushes the orb, stating, She was. Now she's mine. Accept it! Gwen asks, what does he mean accept? And Null asks, can't you feel me knocking? Gwen spins around and kicks, shouting, and you can't come in! Null catches her leg, asking, You dare! You're in my domain! And this space at the center of the hive is mine, and so too will you be. Gwen flails, kicking, stating, I will not be yours, and neither is MJ. Null scoffs as he throws Gwen back, telling her, Oh, we're gonna see about that. And a few moments later, Gwen opens her eyes back on the street, quickly jumping away from Carnage. Gwen asks if MJ is still in there, but Carnage grabs her axe, swinging it, yelling, My name is Carnage! Carnage! Fight, you coward! Hearing those words sparks something within Gwen as she starts yelling that she is not a coward. Carnage recoils from the hit, swinging back, stating that she is not special anymore. And after smacking her into a wall, Carnage walks over to Gwen, stepping on her head, asking, "Why is it always you?" Gwen rolls over, grabbing Carnage by the leg, stating, "I didn't want any part of this. I never did any of this on purpose. Stop fighting so we can fix this, MJ. The suit you're wearing is going to kill you. You're not Carnage. Please." Carnage pauses for a moment and screams.
Yeah, I like Gwen's design better than MJ's Carnage design. Ellie has the latest information on the Phantom Thief's target. Rax, I was wondering when you'd show up. I've got the latest scoop on the Victor spoils that our many-faced friend has set his sights on. Have you visited the Coliseum of late? There's a tourney in the works, and it's looking to be a big one. The Mithril Cup, sponsored by none other than the Amanja Sons and Mineral Concern. They say that Master Frygase will be furnishing the prizes himself from his personal collection. Small wonder it's captured the attention of Mr. Sticky Fingers. You are familiar with the concern, yes? It's only the largest mining interest in the Sultanate, after all. The chairman, Master Frygase, sits on the syndicate and possesses such wealth that rumor has it he could buy half the realm if he chose to. He's also renowned for being something of a martial artist enthusiast. With his position affording him little opportunity to test his own skills, he settles for living vicariously through the exploits of others. Hence his sponsorship of tournaments like the Mithril Cup. My collection, Ganelon, is in Uldan, covering... Oh no, my colleague, Ganelon, is in Ulda, covering the tourney as we speak. If we were to track him down, I bet he'd be able to give us something to get our investigation started. Hey, you know what? Let's wrap that up real quick before we move on to our class quest. I think I need a sip of my mushroom juice here.
Screams, "No! You're lying!" And Carnage recklessly swings her axe as Gwen jumps back, stating that the suit isn't natural. She's wearing a synthetic suit. It's a parasite that she was exposed to, and unless they get it off, it's going to kill MJ. Carnage stops and says if that's the case, she doesn't have much time.
Isn't it literally a symbiotic life form, not a parasite?
Bigger deal
Like
than
it's
Ghost Spider ever
frequently
was.
called a symbiote.
She has places to be, houses to rock, and people to kill.
What do I know?
As Carnage swings away, Gwen chases after her, stating, "You're not getting away! Come back!" With one of her best friends stolen by the super bad and evil Null, Gwen swings through the city, chasing after Carnage, who has MJ as their host. Gwen thinks to herself that she never really understood her powers. No one was there to teach her, and when she got a suit that responded to her thoughts, she nearly lost herself to it. So if that could happen to her, then what is MJ losing? As Carnage lands, she looks back, asking,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I'm a busy man. If you're looking for small talk, I suggest you look elsewhere. No need to be rude, Ganelon. He's a friend of mine. Now, what do you say you share your latest findings with us? I promise I'll make it worth your while. Ellie. It isn't the Mithril's star reporter. Come to have a laugh at Ganelon's expense before returning to pen your latest front page feature, huh? Oh, very well. Just promise you'll put it in a good word for me with the higher-ups, all right? Now, let me tell you this. There's strange things afoot at the Coliseum. Bugger it all. It's a travesty, I tell you. Y'all look alike. Okay, that's all I have to say about that. Hutch, Hugh, Hemo, whatever is the matter. And where, pray tell, is Hutchin? The four of you will compete for the cup together, yes? I fear that an unfortunate mishap has left Hutchin in no condition to fight. We were just on our way to convey the dire news to Dower Meadow. Mishap my arse. This was sabotage. Some bloody coward out there will stop at nothing to eliminate his competition. I swear it on my subligar. Or your voice, Hutch. My head hurts enough without your bloody shouting. Hutch, should you not be resting your wounds? Oh, but forgive your incompetent, unworthy comrade. If I had been quicker with my mantra, we would still be 4 men strong. Don't berate yourself so, Hamo. In victory and defeat, the mantra bills fight as one. You bear no responsibility for my wounds than I. Any road, I dare say I'll not be getting back into the fighting fettle by arsing about in my bed. I'm ready to chant some mantras. How about the lot of you? Hutchin, for you, I'm always ready. Now that's what I like to hear. 1,000 mantras, and I want each one to ring out over the Segole. What are these guys' deal? The mantra bills. Aye, as Hutchin tells it, they took their name from the training partner they met at the Fisk of Ralgar, a man they most admired for his devotion and chiseled physique. Considered me not the least bit interested. This talk of attacks on competitors, however, of this I would hear more. Oh, yes, I mentioned the strange things were afoot, yes? With mere days left before the Mithril Cup, a staggering number of would-be combatants have been withdrawn, citing a host of curious ailments and injuries. With the list of entrants shrinking by the day, the organizers have been forced to abandon the elimination format in favor of a mass melee between what few battlers remain. The Phantom's Feast Challenge, gladiators dropping like flies. No, this is no mere coincidence. I would speak to the individual in charge of the event. Where might I find him? Though the concern sponsors the tourney, the day-to-day organizational duties are being handled by a fellow by the name of Dower Meadow. He should be off in his office within the Coliseum halls. I'll send word to the gate man, Yu Baya. He owes the Mithril a favor or two. Splendid. Come, Rex, we've got a case to crack. Really? Am I a stupid person, or... Okay, so it's on the other side in a room. Gotcha. No, that's not what I want. Oh, there it is. I'm just blind. Helps when you can see correctly. From the Mithrai, you say? Then, by all means, you are free to enter. I am Ellie, reporter for the Mithril Eye. Never blinking, all seeing, you know the deal, yes? And you must be Dower Meadow. I was hoping I could ask you a few questions about the upcoming tourney. Ha! Who am I to argue with free publicity? And from a charming little thing like yourself, ask away, me girl. That said, between the challenge from that so-called phantom thief and these bizarre attacks targeting the fighters, our tourney's already the talk of the town. Not that you'll see me complaining, provided that someone's still left to fight, that is. You're free to investigate as you wish, but you'd be smart to exercise some caution. Needless to say, recent events have everyone here a bit on edge. Why, just moments ago, one fighter almost took off another's head for an insult in the color of his Looks like we've got another. These two aren't in the entry books. Vanderbilt. And our challenger unleashes a vicious right hook as the gentleman inspector was channeling his strength for his next attack. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. This guy thinks he's Sherlock Holmes. Inspector Briardian, as effective as ever, I see. A true gentleman eschews violence, Inspector. You were thinking. It annoyed me. He's an actual detective. Dower Meadow, I presume. Tell me everything you can about the prizes for this tourney, and try to be brief. Was wondering when you might ask. Master Friargase has spared no expense in making the Mithril Cup the most lucrative tourney this Colosseum's ever seen. The victor will receive a true treasure from his collection, the Warden's Grace, a ring fitted with the largest sun sphere you'll find outside of Boquarn. The second and third place prizes are nothing to sneeze at either, but I don't care how many faces he's got, we've nothing to fear from this thief. The concern has hired an elite regiment of stone torches to watch over the vault night and day. Yes, just as the brass blades were so successful in stopping the thief last time. If you want your treasure safe, go fetch them and bring them to me. And be quick about it. I haven't all day. Fear I can't do that, Inspector. After all, what proof do I have that you ain't the Mr. Many Faces and another of his elaborate get-ups? No, if you want to get your hands on the spoils, you'll have to claim them as any other would, in battle. As a matter of fact, what with the ranks thinned as they are, we're actively recruiting new competitors. The more the merrier, and the more lucrative at that. Ah ha ha ha. Now, where did our receptionist get off to? Get over here, you slimy bugger. We've got some fresh blood for the melee. Give me a moment, will ya? I've only got 8 arms. Or were they legs? The secretary is a monster? A slobbering cephalopod? You called? I was just about to give the lovely Miss Avelia the grand tour. Inspector Hildebrand! Look, he's purple! Astute as ever, Nashu. This color, this overabundance of appendages. I smell a case. What the fuck is he going on about? Ah, that's just my receptionist. Ultros. Don't be startled now. He's an ugly little bugger, but he's friendly enough. Word has it he was one of many bizarre creatures born from a recent experiment with ancient incantations at the Thaumaturgs Guild. They were going to seal him away in a hole in the desert with the others when he opened his slobbering mouth and started pleading for his life. I just want to live in peace. I'll do anything. Anything. So the management hired him to perform odd jobs at the Colosseum. And I am glad as ever they did. I tell ya, this job ain't glamorous, but it sure has its perks. What a delicious morsel. I want to get my tentacles around her. Oh. I've seen that look before. I know not who you are, where you hail from, and I do not care. If you dare challenge me, my Tempest Blade will show you no mercy. You can forget about your case, Inspector. There's only one who will claim the victor's spoils, and that's me. There's one horny tentacle monster. Ooh, I just love it when she talks tough. Now, who's the chump who wanted to get a pummeling by my lovely little Abby? What a fucking creep. Why is it even attracted to humans? Though a gentleman takes far more pride in rescuing fair damsels than fighting them, I fear we have little recourse. I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, shall do what must be done. Raksuki will be entering the tournament on my behalf. Raksuki? You do look like Suki. Well, bugger me with a spear. To think I'd see the day when a warrior light stood in my Colosseum. Hear that clink, clink, clinkin'? That's the sound of the girl powering in our coffers when public finds out that a true Erosian hero will be stepping into the ring to fight for the Mithril Cup. Oh, and I reckon your friend can tag along, too. Show him where to sign, Ulti. With Thrax, I suppose we have as good a chance as any. Now we just need to make sure that he doesn't come down with some curious injury. That Gladiatrix, Avelia, was it? Seemed quite certain of her chances at victory. Suspiciously certain, I would say. Ha! I'm already 10 steps ahead of you, Inspector. That Ultros fellow seemed most knowledgeable about Miss Avelia. Come, Nashu, the investigation is afoot. As much as that sounds like an amazingly productive line of investigation, might I suggest that our first priority is to keep Rax here safe? Let us return to Ganlon and see what else he could tell us of these mysterious attacks on the combatants. Very well. I shall leave that task to you. I have a lead of my own to investigate. Should you uncover any new information, I trust you will share it with me at the first opportunity. You again? I already told you that... What? Entered the tourney, you say? Are you out of your bleeding mind? Look, I've got a suspicion or two, which I'm happy to share with you, but in the end, you'll have to protect yourself, you hear? So, I've been asking around. It seems that there are a few more of the fighters who pulled out of the tourney were scheduled to fight a warrior by the name of Avelia. Now, I can't make any promises, but my instinct tells me this girl is bad news. But don't take it from me when you can hear it from someone who crossed blades with her just a few days ago. A fellow by the name of the Raging Rat had the misfortune of being matched up with Avelia in the preliminary round and earned himself a right bruising from it all. Last I heard, he was resting up at the Pugless Guild. Why don't you pay him a visit? Why don't you guys do some fucking investigation work? I'm a goddamn adventurer. Alright, Raging Rat. Tell me your story.
Come to have a good laugh at old Raging Rot's expense, have ye? Well, you're not the first. I say there ain't a man in the entire realm with an ounce of sympathy. Greetings, good sir. How fortunate you are today that your guest, Hildebrand Manderville, gentleman and inspector. Now, if you would please, enlighten me to how exactly it was you were beaten to a bloody pulp by Miss Avelia. Gentleman, me ass. You haven't a whit o' delicacy. Never mind ye. Look at the records, my say I lost, but I'll admit to nothing of the sort. I'll shout it at the top of my lungs if no one else will. The girl doesn't fight fair. Tempest Blade, that's some kind of foul sorcery if you ask me. Mark my words, that girl's no up to no good. If she weren't so damned easy on the eye, she'd be rotting in the gaol as we speak. The girl's Alamahegan, or haven't ye heard? You know how it goes with those refugees. Why fight with honor when you got nothing to lose? Yes, and why not disparage an entire people in a pathetic attempt to salvage your sorry pride? This one's a real piece of work, Rex. Let's be on our way. It did me no offense, miss. Just tell it like as it were. Perhaps it's truly some manner of sorcery, as the fellow says. Or perhaps she works with an accomplice? She didn't strike me as the magic-wielding type. If I were a betting woman, I'd put my gill on the ladder. Ah, Miss Ellie, the thrill of the chase has struck a chord with you as well. Yes, I can see it in the wrinkles beneath your eyes. We might very well make an inspectress of you yet. Give you a good wrinkle, you insensitive boor. What if If what the man says is true, it's likely that her fellow Alamegans might sympathize with her plight. The accomplice would hardly be out of the question. Yes, I could see it now. Two unfortunate souls, shunned by those around them, united by destiny and a common desire for justice. Ample appendages whirling wildly, sending gusts of wind flying every which way. Avelia and Ulti, a match made in the heavens. Were it any more obvious, I could have solved this case without leaving my home. Incredible! Your powers of deduction never fail to amaze, Inspector! What is it with the two of you and that infernal octopus? Mr. Ultros should still be at the Colosseum. Let's hurry before he slithers back to whencever he came. What an asshole. Yeah, leaving shame. I like how I just sit there and have this, like, what the fuck moment the whole time. Alright. We're really going back to the Colosseum to listen to whatever. What if it's the octopus thing making people, maybe he's using magic and helping his little hentai queen. That thing is a fucking freak. Shh, friend, and look over yonder. Behold those exquisite legs, those stylish tentacles, the unearthly undulations of a squirmy, squishy body. Yes, our friend Alti is a most fascinating creature indeed. Behold how he carefully eyes the Gladyrix before him. What manner of mischief is he plotting? I think it's pretty clear what he's plotting. He speaks? Yes. This is most suspicious indeed. I think he's just a rapey monster, dude. I don't know that there's... Unless he's using magic to help the girl. Oh, what is this? The girl has fled in a panic. Our friend Alti appears to be discouraged. Look at the way his shoulders sag, or how they would sag if he had shoulders. Our quarry is on the move. Quickly, Nashu, we must pursue.
Why? Why are we following this dunce? My God, am I just gonna keep going inside and outside this whole quest? Mr. Alti seems to have found himself another gladiatrix. What might he be plotting this time? Look at those succulent legs. I'd reckon they'd taste just as wonderful in a good marinara sauce. That's a fucked up thought. Marinara sauce. Ah, he speaks! And another girl rushes off. Whatever did he say to her? He looks so sad. Shall we douse him in lemon butter and put him out of his misery, Inspector? Whatever is he doing with these girls anyways? Yeah, what would he even do if he had one? I mean, call me crazy, but I think he likes them. No shit. He's already... My God. Look at the shocked expressions.
Poor misunderstood Alti. Here we suspected him of criminal activity when in truth he was just a gentle soul luckless in love. Oh, Alti, can you find it in your squishy, slimy heart to forgive us?
Yes, yes. Now perhaps we should return to our investigation. If Avelia is as suspicious as they say, perhaps we should just follow her around for a bit. Dower Meadow back at the Coliseum should be able to enlighten us as to her whereabouts.
An excellent idea, Miss Ellie, but I have a better one. Let us return to the Coliseum and speak with Dower Meadow. From him we shall ascertain Miss Avelia's whereabouts, upon which we shall follow her and see her about and see if she is indeed as suspicious as they say. Come, Nashu, the investigation calls.
What an asshole.
Don't think Uncle Alti didn't see you following me. What's the big idea, eh? Ain't nothing more than a stupid octopus. Get here.
Is he talking to himself?
Where am I? Come on now, I just want what any octopus wants. A cute girl, untold riches, the admiration of millions. Can't Uncle Alti dream? Well, kids, hit take and run. Then again, I am an octopus.
Who was that for? Isn't that him right there? Why can't... Whatever. No questions, damn it.
Yes, what is it this time? I'm a busy man. Looking for Avelia, you say. She said something about sharing a flagon with her countrymen over at the Coffer and Coffin. I reckon you might still find her there. I'll warn ye, though, if you're smart, you'll keep your distance from that one. That poor bugger Ganlon tried to interview for an article and thought the girl was going to rip his head clean off. How can I put this? She doesn't seem to take kindly to being asked questions of a personal nature, if you catch my drift. That said, if you're looking for a good sparring match to warm ye up for the tourney, that might just be the ticket. I can assure you there will be no need for gratuitous fisticuffs, my good sir. With my remarkable powers of espionage, we will ascertain all the information we need without the fiery lass even being alerted to our presence. Let us be off.
He gets fucking ragdolled by her. Oh, she's a little far off, ain't she?
Behold, the lovely Miss Avelia, just as predicted. Let us keep watch from here, so as not to set off the girl's famed temper.
How many times must I tell you there's no cause for concern? The spoil shall be mine. It may as well be written stone. Do you realize what this means? We have suffered and suffered long. Excuse me. But my victory shall mark a new era, just as Reuben Alden won a new life for himself at the Colosseum. I shall win a new life for our people. The prize that I shall claim will bolster the wealth of our people 1,000, no 10,000-fold. In a land where wealth is power, we will be kicked to the gutter by the Uldans no longer. And with that, I must be off to the Nanawa mines to meet my sister.
Miss Avelia's self-assurance is ever a sight to behold. I deduce that my own chances of felling her on the battlefield are quite infinitesimal.
I could have told you that before you signed up. Come on, we have a suspect to pursue.
What is he even looking at?
Trying to steal Avelia from Uncle Ulti's tentacles, are you? I'm afraid that isn't going to happen. Yes, Uncle Ulti's homemade explosive will see this as the end of the road for you. Does that make me a bad octopus?
Ah, the distinctive smell of fire sand. Another one of your handcrafted explosives, I take it, Nashu?
Heavens, no, Expector. This is far too elaborate to be one of mine. Do you think whoever crafted it would be willing to give me a lesson?
They're on to me. Preposterous.
Could it be that Musclehead isn't as stupid as he looks? I doubt that.
I see. In any event, I shudder to think what might happen if an unsuspecting passerby chanced upon such a hazardous object. Allow me to heave ho.
You gotta be kidding me. Wow, he didn't get blown up for once. Good on him.
That maiden in the mining garb must be the sister of whom Isabel spoke. Let us listen a bit closer.
Thought we agreed no hard labor until your leg is healed. I swear, sometimes I think you were born solely to give your poor sister headaches. As the girl who just fought off 10 Imperials with one good arm. Perhaps someday you'll understand that your little sister can take care of herself just as well as you. Speaking of which, what news of the tourney? Worry not, Helena. I have taken all the necessary precautions. The Warden's grace is as good as ours. Even the modest estimates value its worth some 30 million gil. Do you realize what this means? Necklaces from Estames, sun-silk dresses, all the luxuries you've ever wanted will be yours. The poor little girls in shabby clothes, objects of pity and the scorn of Ul'dah upper crust. Those days are over. After I claim that victory, we will take our rightful place at the top of society. I don't know, Abby. Wealth is well and good, but when I see you stand tall in the Colosseum, hundreds and thousands cheering your name, I am proud. No matter how humble our birth, if we stand strong and stand together, this alone is all the wealth I ask for. That is your problem, Helena. You've always been too quick to settle for less than your worth, but worry not. Your sister is watching over you. I will do this for us. Now I must return. Gods forbid one of those praying reporters overhears us. That's my Abby, unfazed by a duel to the death, yet terrified to be caught in a moment of tenderness. May the gods smile on you, sister, and be safe.
A more moving display of sisterly love I have not seen, and yet I fear it has afforded us little in the way of perspective clues.
Ah, there's the octopus sign there.
It would seem that Avelia's obsession with victory runs even deeper than we imagined.
That said, I can't help but feel the bond with the girl. My sister and I were alone in the world too, you see. Inspector, did you just hear what I heard?
Look, kids, Uncle Otti is headed up to here with you. Do you think you could just fall in this pit and die like a good little boy? I'm talking to you, Mr. Warrior of Light. Hear that sound? Just one step closer. Closer. Wow. Aren't you idiot?
No need to go for returns, friend. I am simply taking the man investigating this hole in the ground. I am pleased to report there seems to be no there.
Our hero. Now, shall we return to Ul'dah? The mythical cup will be starting before long, and the last thing we want after this is to lose our bout by forfeit. He's got a injury there. That's funny.
Could it be? That musclehead dived straight into my trap to save his companions? The others seem completely unsurprised by this turn of events. Doubtless he has performed such selfless acts before. A true gentleman if I ever saw one. But if you think that means I'm gonna show mercy on you, you've got another thing coming. Time to bring out the big guns, kids. Wait a minute, I dug two pits, didn't I? Come to think of it, the second one was right around. Give me a break!
Guess this is the comedic relief quest here. Really cleared this area of quests. Baron. Yes, is something the matter? We're on something of a tight schedule here, Inspector.
Stand back, Miss Ellie. My well-honed inspector senses are tingling. I feel a most fearsome adversary lurking about. This time you're really up the creek without a paddle, kids. Say hello to that not-so-little friend of mine from the Coliseum. He's large and charged, and most of all, he's hungry. Where in the world is he? I haven't got all day.
What in the fuck did I just see? Why are you in your underwear?
My chimera! Who is that half-naked fool?
Father, could it be that aura of unmitigated murderous rage that I felt was not our quarry, but you?
Hildy, I was merely taking a stroll in search of inspiration and materials for my newest masterpiece in the making. And what brings you and your friends to these parts today? Just a bit of sleuth work, father dear, and with that we must return to Ulda. If you have not heard, your son is set to compete for the Mithril Cup. Oh, moonlighting as a gladiator, are we? A fitting second career for a Manderville man, if I do say so myself. That muscle-bound old man is the inspector's father? Remind me never to go to one again. Remind me to never go to one of their family reunions. Yeah, just who is this inspector anyway?
Hildy is a worthy rival, if there ever was one.
Who goes there?
It's the thief? Oh. Gilgamesh.
Hildy, Rax, I have been waiting for this day. Well, look who we have here. You're quite the intimidating gent yourself. A friend of the inspector, mayhap? I am Gilgamesh, wandering duelist, and I am not so much the inspector's friend as his enemy. Well, that makes two of us. Perk up, Gulliver, 'cause this might be our lucky day. There is no one in this accursed realm who can remember my... call me what you will, friend, but heed my words. Rax is a formidable foe.
Is he, like, supposed to be, like, the same Gilgamesh across all the games? Because that would be kind of neat. I think he usually has 4 arms, though, doesn't he? Can't remember.
That sounded like high praise coming from a big fellow like itself. To have such a powerhouse as a sidekick, that inspector must be something else indeed.
I know not what brings you to battle with those two, but I warn you, you will end up as seafood soup if you face them alone. And with that, I must be off. For reasons I do not entirely understand, I am considered something of a fugitive in these parts. Oh, he's got like a gun blade. That's cool. I never noticed that. Rex, I will not fall so easily this time. It's like a gun pike or something. Well, looks like I got my legs full, all 8 of them. But if that adventurer is too strong to take on alone, I'll just have to bring along a friend. He's gonna throw him. A supplely twisting ring calling to the mind of undulations of a creature of the sea. Yes, inspiration has struck. Wow. Nobody here but us as octopods. Look forward to your next life as a masterpiece, fiend. He's gonna, like, taxidermy him? Alright, this is pretty funny. Metalheads, I hate him! District attendant is in need of someone for a knack of chasing off ruffians. Oh, it's the Reaper quest. Okay. One day. Good heavens, chancing upon father like that, I dare say it's taken a year off my life. Quite the crowd has assembled. It would seem that the festivities are nigh about to commence. I had hoped to uncover more of Miss Avelia's secrets, but no matter. What better place to continue my investigation than on the field of battle? Good heavens, we haven't had much time before the tourney begins. We must hasten back to the Colosseum and appraise ourselves on the rules of engagement. To a true gentleman, battle is not about victory or defeat, but fighting with honor. Whatever treachery or guile my opponents may employ, I will not lower myself to their level. If you say so. Bumps on the head, chipped teeth.
I am one shabby-looking octopus. I tell you, they don't pay me enough for this. But that's all going to change soon, isn't it, buddy? Ah!
Who's there? Ah, Mr. Ultros. Just the octopus we were looking for. I hope that you might enlighten us to... Gads, who gave you those ghastly bruises?
Bruises, I fell down the stairs, that's all. Now get lost, I'm a busy octopus. Ah!
Ouch, you have my sympathies, good sir. It is a challenge enough to coordinate 4 limbs, let alone 8. Is someone inside your office?
No, whatever gave you that idea? I'm simply, fumigating the place for pests like yourself. Now, don't you have a battle go fight?
Inspector, I think something's alive in there.
That's just me talking to myself. Yeah, gods, yes. Gods working as a receptionist isn't fun.
Beat it, battered, bruised, beset by vermin, and still able to find joy and fulfillment in your work? I say, Mr. Ultros, your passion for your chosen profession is truly an inspiration to us all. Rax, if you would come with me for a moment, I fear the stupidity in the air may be contagious. Well, has your investigation borne any fruit? I see. Avelius Avila it's probably Avila. Avila seeks to win the tourney to claim a fortune and raise her and her sister out of poverty. Furthermore, she has implied that she has taken the necessary precautions to ensure that her victory is all but certain. While trailing her, you narrowly avoided a series of dastardly obstacles, and upon your return, the strange octopus appeared considerably worse for the wear. The evidence points in one direction. The Almegan girl and Ultros are plotting together to claim the Mithril Cup and its lucrative prize. It is not as preposterous as it sounds. I've done some research on our 8-legged friend. It would appear that Ultros has become something of a regular at Ulda taverns and houses of pleasure. I suspect that he's using his inside knowledge of the workings of the Colosseum to identify and eliminate potential threats, thereby ensuring victory for what did I just call her? Avila, and earning herself a healthy commission. There is also the matter of the Tempest Blade, that is rumored to be the source of the Almahegan girl's strength. This remains a mystery, which means that I fear your life is in danger, Rax. One of the guards informed me that several crates of refuse from the Colosseum reception room were hastily discarded in Pearl Lane not bells ago. It is a stab in the dark, but the contents may yet provide some answers. I would ask you to bring them to me. Well, let me see what you have found. Now, what do we have here? Ah, yes, a spectacular assortment of innards and entrails, and what's this? A sack even more foul-smelling than the gore it was lying in, if that could be believed. And look here, something appears to be written on the side. Since got sundries. It would appear that this merchant has had dealings with the squishy mass of tentacles. Let us pay a visit to the man and have him enlighten us to the exact nature of their partnership. Does anyone even hire you, or do you just show up at places? How does that work?
Welcome, welcome. What might a discerning gentleman like yourself be looking for today?
Tell me about the stinking sack.
Sorry, sir, but if I said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. No exchanges, replacements, or refunds. I stand by the quality of my wares, and I expect my customers to do the same. Now, wait, now, did Ultra send you?
I'll be asking the questions here. What exactly did you sell to that ungodly creature?
Why, an entire sack full of gold truffles. Can you believe it? What with the impressive price and that distinctive aroma, they're only for the most discerning of customers, which Mr. Ultros clearly is, as he just placed another order today.
Could these truffles be somehow connected to... No, I shall stop myself before I start sounding like...
Inspector Bryden, it wounds me that you would sneak off to conduct your investigation without me, and to steal away racks here. This gentleman is not impressed.
Did you find anything, Inspector? Good gods, what is that dreadful smell?
Miss Ellie, I would have expected a cultured young woman like yourself to be more educated in the Epicurean arts. That is the most distinct and delightful aroma of the gold truffle. An acquired taste, to be sure, but one that has won the heart of many Uldan gourmet. I particularly enjoy them slow roasted, as my dear mother makes them. Roasted, you say? Why, my mouth's watering just thinking about it. Might I be so bold to ask the recipe?
It appears the productive portion of this conversation has come to an end. Besides, the tourney is about to begin. Let us make haste back to the Colosseum. That doesn't explain the innards and stuff. That makes no fucking sense, but sure. Well, the merchant just proved to be a spectacular waste of time. Time which is in short supply. We must return to the Colosseum before the battle begins. Here's the plan, Rax. I shall find a suitable vantage point to observe Miss Avila Miss Avila. Miss Avila in combat. Until I have ascertained the trickery behind her abilities, you are to keep a wide berth of her blade. Understood.
There you are. I was this close to starting the melee without you. I'd be remiss if I'd not to tell you there's been a slight change of plans. Another contestant suffered a last-minute injury, and none other than our own very Ultras has stepped in to take his place. With everyone's favorite octopus joining you two in the fray, spectators are just pouring in, and bookmakers across the town are raking in the gill, which ain't a bad thing for us. Word has it that Master Frygase himself is quite taken with my promotional skills. Aye, the future's looking bright for O'Dower Meadow, it is. So what you say? Are you ready to get your arses kicked? What's that? Aye, that's what I like to hear. Ladies and gents, it's time for blades to whirl and limbs to fly. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, plutocrats and paupers, open your eyes and steel your stomachs. The Mithril Cup, brought to you by our ever-charitable friends at the Malajan and Sons Mineral Concern. Your concern is our concern, is about to begin. Who will stand atop the heap of maimed bodies and twisted limbs to claim victory? Will it be the tempestuous Avila of Almeigo? Jesus, that's a mouthful. Rax, the famous warrior of light, or who's that grinning fool again? Oh, that's right, Humberbatch, agent of infamy and imbecile extraordinaire. Humberbatch. Or will it be our 11th hour entry, Ultros, the 8-legged purple purveyor of pain? Just fucking drops from the sky. I'm here. Did you miss me? Aye, did I say we'd have a battle for the ages here, folks? Combatants, take your positions and let the battles begin. Alright, you know the deal. We team up and wipe out the others. Then when it's just the two of us, I'll take a dive. And you receive your share of the winnings. I'm not forgetting a promise. That's it. God damn it. Look at Avila's plate spin, while she's a veritable whirlwind of death and destruction out there. They breed him tough in Alamigo, that's for certain. You are next. He's gonna let her lose. He's gonna try to take it all for himself, isn't he? Here we go, ladies and gents. Once my buddy gets a whiff of these raw truffles, he'll be sneezing up a storm. Literally. Slow roasted, just like Mama used to make them. Nothing like the rich aroma of roasted truffles. All this fighting is giving Uncle Aldi an appetite. Is it dinner time yet? Wait a minute, roasted truffles? Braised in a savory sauce just like Mother used to make. Oh wait, no, that's the other guy. Braised in a savory sauce just like Mother used to make them. Feel free to have seconds. There's a whole sack full of where that came from. That meddling musclehead. It's taking him so damned long. That girl's gaze gives it away. Open the gate at once.
Huh. Funga? I get it. He wants fungus. What is that monstrosity?
Mr. Typhon, is that your stomach are you rumbling? Could I interest you in some roasted truffles, perhaps?
I guess he didn't want mushrooms. What the fuck is he doing? What fascinating friends you have, Alti. Why, just look at this charming little nose. Is he perhaps suffering from a case of the sniffles? Funger! Wow. There he goes. Could it be? Avila's vaunted Tempest Blade was that monster all along? The girl played us all for fools. That doesn't really explain anything, but
Don't look at me, it was all her idea. I'm just a stupid octopus.
you were the one who approached me, you double-dealing fiend.
I just wanted to experience the thrill of battle, you know, for my work and all. Come on, Tower, has Uncle Alty ever lied to you?
What did I tell you? I knew there was something fishy about that Alamegan whore. Jesus. Alamegans. Pfft. Beggars and brutes, the lot of them. We give them home in our lands, and this is the thanks we get? Send her to Garmeld for all I care. Just get her out of my sight before I get sick. Ooh, you brought your people backwards. But I just wanted to... My sister...
I feel for the girl, really. My little octopus heart goes out to her, but the rules are the rules, right? Now, if Uncle Alty may be so bold, I say we call off the melee and have a final showdown between the 3 remaining competitors. That would be me, my buddy Typhon, and Raxir. What do you say, Mr. Warrior of Light?
Yeah, I'll kill you all. Aye, that's what we want to see. All Tros, all Tros, all Tros. This is a most unprecedented turn of events, but who am I to deny the wishes of such a passionate crowd of martial arts aficionados? The venue, Halatala, the fighters, the tag team of Ultros and Typhon versus the Warrior of Light. Who will be left standing when the storm has settled? Be there or miss a battle for the ages. So we're postponing the fight? I can't just kill them now? So, to review, the truffles were to elicit a sneeze from the octopus's oversized crony, which would be positioned so as to appear it was coming from the Alamegan girl's blade, allowing the two to sweep away their opponents with ease. No wonder I wasn't able to see it sooner, and quite possibly the most imbecilic scheme I've encountered in my years as a consulting inspector. At any rate, we will have no choice but to trust in your abilities now, Rax. Let us continue for Halatalai. He did not fight as a gentleman. That's exactly what he is, Bravo. He's a horny octopus. He's been creeping on girls this whole quest. Why are we having the fight outside of the city? What's going on, Bravo? How are you doing today, man? What's going on in your world? Oh, it's a dungeon. Look at that.
Well, this tourney's turned into a right mess. With all the trouble I took preparing consolation prizes for the melee, looks like we won't be needing them after all. Of course, as long as you're bringing in the spectators and the profits, I could give a gnat's arse. Ha 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 ha. Now I know what you're thinking. 2 against 1 ain't fair, especially when one of the 2 is the size of a small horse. So here's the deal. Why don't you bring along some of your friends for the battle? Let's say 7 of them. That should even the odds, aye?
Huh. So this was all just a pretense for a dungeon. Why not? Register for the Hall of Companions novice training. What is that? How do I do that? Right. Dragon snack with other players. Okay. Alright, that looks right. There's no telling what inane trickery that octopus will attempt next. Be on your guard, Rax. I suppose if anyone can defeat those fiends, it's you. Be safe, Rax. Oh, I already read that. Alright, well, while we wait for that to be a thing, I'm gonna smoke a bowl. Listen to some Carnage comic here. Well, it's not Carnage, technically. It's King in Black with Carnage in it.
Are you still
this particular story.
You are quite irresistible.
Not even the real Carnage at that. Wow, that came with a lot of appendices.
That is pretty hypocritical for her to say. She's the one who killed Peter. You did it on purpose, didn't you?
Killed 600 million legionaries. That's all I can ask, man. Fuck the Legion.
To be the only one with powers. Gwen yells that Peter was going to kill
Harry.
Harry.
Kaisar's Legion has got to be the dumbest fucking concept.
Just keep thinking.
Let's not use guns on purpose.
Gwen then webs onto a passing dragon, shouting, "Bye, Gwenny!" As Carnage is flown off on the dragon,
I think
Gwen
anyone
asks,
that like actually likes
that
Caesar's Legion is probably an actual psychopath.
She was with Null,
to be honest.
He knew everything that she was thinking. He said that she was his. Are the dragons his too? Are they a part of Null? What about MJ? But Null also wants her suit. Kept asking why it wasn't his.
Diamonds.
If the suit could amplify the emotions of their host, it must be sending MJ into overdrive since part of it is still hers. If there's a chance to save MJ, Gwen has to try. As she lands in the street, Carnage tells her that she never really did learn how to deal with rejection, huh? Gwen says that this isn't her, it's the suit talking. It's Null talking. It doesn't have to be this way. It's all a part of some big hive mind. She's not angry, she's not evil, and Null's angry and evil. Carnage lashes out, shouting that she is her suit, that they are eternal and they are glorious. Run away, little ghost spider. Maybe you can ditch this dimension too. As Carnage leaves, she knocks open a door to a nearby building, webbing up the entire entrance. Gwen comes charging in but is snared by the trap. She continues pushing forward, ripping away the webbing, stating that she just needs to get loose. MJ! Up ahead, Carnage walks into the large theater, stating, "We know you're here. Come out, Gwenny. It's shopping time." Carnage releases her webs again, but instead of grabbing Gwen, she grabs a hold of a man hiding behind a piano. The man screams and Gwen yells for her to stop, but Carnage lashes back again, asking, "Can't you take a hint?" As the man slowly converts into a mindless symbiote, Gwen yells that she did not have to do that, but Carnage asks, "I didn't? No, but I wanted to, so I did." Gwen says that she needs to stop. The suit will kill her, but webs up the room, stating that they have wasted too much time here already. She's going to make herself a new band. One that will never run away from her again. By the time Gwen finishes freeing herself, Carnage is already gone. As Gwen gets outside, she knows that if Carnage is starting a band, then they're going to want the biggest stage possible, Madison Square Garden. She slowly walks into the stadium asking if anyone is there. Hello? And down below on the stage, Carnage says that she cannot ruin this gig. They have a new band now. Gwen runs down telling her that she knows that there's a new band. That's why she's here, to challenge her. Carnage says that she's going to challenge her alone. Is she into being crushed? Is that a new thing? As Carnage begins to play her guitar axe, Gwen rushes over to the drum set, freeing the man sitting there and begins to count down. Sound is supposed to hurt the symbiotes, right?
All right, one
well,
more
MJ's
ball.
suit isn't
You talked me
entirely
into it,
synthetic, so
Bravo.
this should hopefully work. Carnage yells that she needs to leave. This is my big event, Gwenny! Gwen slams her drumsticks down, telling her, yeah, this is the moment where I come back. With every strike of the drum, the sound waves begin to break off small parts of MJ's suit until she finally swings her axe, destroying the drum set. Gwen says that without Null's part, she can command her spiders to return. Gwen runs forward, tackling Carnage to the ground, shouting, "We will fix her! MJ, you're not leaving! You are not Carnage! Please, listen!" Carnage screams as she withers in pain, but soon MJ's face appears asking, Gwen? A few moments later, the rest of her suit shreds and Gwen quickly picks her up, stating that they can get out of here. They can get home, they just need to. But as Gwen summons a portal, it fizzles out before fully forming. She shouts, asking, why isn't the teleporter necklace working? Why can't they go home? There's no way Null is getting MJ. But as Carnage begins to reform around the two of them, Gwen quickly webs up, climbing to the stadium's roof. She looks down, trying to figure out where a safe place to go is, but while she holds MJ opens her eyes, still under Null's influence. Not this place. Not again, she thinks. The Valkyries ride forward, attacking the dark, cloaked figure, but she is already hurt, reaching for her weapon. When someone stops her, someone puts their foot on the weapon before she can reach it. Jane Foster has arrived in orbit over the planet Earth, and she finds the soul of Sentry waiting for her, staring at the shattered remains of his own body. I've never felt more loved.
Oh yeah, whatever happened to that
Complicated and
dude?
pure. What mercy death brings an old man, Sentry tells her. He's prone to dramatics, Jane reminds herself. Sentry looks up and Jane introduces herself as the Valkyrie. A Valkyrie! Amazing! I'm sorry, this is all very new to me, Sentry tells her. Dying is new to everyone, she says with a smile. Sentry
Wasn't so
asks
bad.
if she knew that life really flashes before your eyes when you die, but explains that it was only the good parts. What did you see? She asks
Only the
as she
good
sits down.
parts.
Sentry looks out into space, telling her that his memory was the time that he made his life so hard
That would be
that
nice.
he peed a little. Which makes me think that death is either merciful or a liar. He's got a great sense of humor because whatever my life has been, there have been more tears than laughter. Jane says, correcting him about death. But Sentry motions down towards Earth, which is still covered by Null's symbiotes. He sighs, telling her that he failed his fight, and he couldn't even take Null
think
with him.
entities
The
really
sum of
have
your life is
genders,
more
do they?
important than the end. Jane tells him as she stares at the Earth. She doesn't tell Sentry about the death marker that floats the planet. Large and ominous, until
That
finally she
ends the
stands
final
and tells him
confrontation
it's
will
time
be
to go.
held here.
On another
On
world,
the dragons,
Alta is
whatever. I don't feel like reading this.
drinking. The bartender hands her another
You get
drink
what's
and a
going
baseball.
on. It's time
You're
to
a hero,
beat some
Tandra.
ass.
A bored-damned hero, Alta says, taking the bat. She turns just as the creature rushes her with a chair. She dodges the attack, cracking him over the head. Anyone else? She asks as she lifts her drink. Beneath the glass, the words have been scratched into the counter. You are not dead. Trap. Fight this. The words say. The Valkyrie stares at the words for a moment before sitting back down. And the world between death, Jane Foster and Sentry ride on the back of her Pegasus. In front of them, the corpse of a mighty celestial blocks their way, but this creature has been corrupted by Null, and even in death, that corruption remains. In the other world, the Valkyries push one of the troublemakers out the door and into the streets. She ignores the thanks of the bartender, letting the bottle slip from her hand and shatter on the ground. The world is
Fucking
not
hell.
real, she whispers. Jane Foster leaps from her horse and attacks the creatures that seem to flood out of the Celestial's corpse. The all-weapon shifts in her hand, becoming a mighty sword, the blade shattering the monsters, and in the shards, Jane can see the life and depths of many people. Her name was Alta.
How did it get so
She
much
sees
bigger?
herself
It
throwing
was not this
axes with
big
a beautiful
before.
woman. They discuss how no one has multiple axes to throw on the battlefield, and they kiss. Get him out! A voice
Oh.
yells, and Alta turns at the words. It isn't right, but it's something real. Jane Foster, meanwhile, yells at Mr. Horse again, ordering the beast to leave with Century. Not without you, lass. Mr. Horse neighs his response, but she orders him again, telling her friend
This
that
my
the
life
creatures are
forever?
after Century's soul. We're not leaving you. I won't let being dead stop me from fighting. Century yells, but the creatures reach out for Bob, wrapping around his body. Meanwhile,
God.
also rushes forward, and the other Valkyries fly around her. The cloaked enemy throws a spear, piercing her chest. It's not real. It's not real. Alta whispers as she feels her lungs filling with blood. Meanwhile, the creatures pull Century
my
in, and
life
Jane
with
morphs the
this.
all-weapon into a flail. I'm coming!
A whole
Keep
minute of this
shouting!
shit?
She yells as she lashes out with the flail, piercing the corrupted souls. Alta looks up, seeing the all-weapon coming at her. Well, this is new,
Wow.
she whispers as she grasps the weapon. She's pulled through the hole, and Jane looks at her in
got ragdolled.
surprise. As Alta is pulled free, Jane slips within the swirling mass of corrupted souls. Hold on, I'll pull you free, Alta shouts, taking up the all-weapon.
One
Hey,
down.
Horse of Asgard, help me! She shouts, and Jane has the other end of the all-weapon as Alta climbs aboard Mr. Horse, and the two begin to
Out of
pull.
bounds.
I will not leave
So
without
we're just
Valkyrie,
done,
lass,
I guess,
Mr.
once
Horse
you hit
shouts.
out of
I've
bounds.
got your Valkyrie, now fly like a Vanir stallion, Alta commands, and they fly away as Jane is
I didn't
ripped
realize
clear
we were
of the corrupted souls. With the
going
danger
by,
passing, Alta looks down at her hands. This
Dragon Ball
is real,
rules here.
she whispers. As Jane begins to fly next to her, Alta spurs on Mr. Horse. Since when do Valkyries have wings? Alta asks. Since me! And who the hell are you? Jane asks her, and for a brief moment, Alta considers telling Jane that she is one of the
mean,
original
6 million.
9 Valkyries that rode
Gonna
for
take a few
Bor and his
injuries,
son
am I
Odin.
right?
She raised a glass at the first feast of Valhalla, but instead, she says simply,
Anrax
"I'm no
claims the Mithril Cup. Me alone. Who is dead
Iron
in the
Man sits
fucking
on a
gutter.
rooftop, looking over the city that has been swarmed with symbiotes. His armor still pulsing, having been bonded with one of the symbiote dragons. He lowers his head, thinking of the man that he just killed. Would you mourn me as you mourn him? A man who, in many eyes, is a villain? Doom asks as he comes up behind Stark. Tony
A
doesn't look at
wind-up
him.
Ultros.
Depends. Did I kill you? That is out of the realm of possibility, but for the sake of my curiosity,
I do not
let's say yes.
want that
Doom
creepy
says
fuck
as he
following
crosses
me
his
around.
arms. Was I
I
trying
will
to
fill out
save
my
you?
minion
Tony asks.
roster.
Isn't that what so
All right.
many of you
There we go. Hey, you see my new pet here? Palico. She's a good little cat. Good show, Rex. Your performance has earned us front row seats at the awards ceremony. This should afford us a perfect vantage point to thwart the thief. Come, let us return to the Colosseum. I'll just teleport. Make it hard. Why didn't I just take the crystal?
It was a battle for the ages, but Jesus, let's try that again. It was a battle for the ages, but a worthy victor has risen to claim the spoils. And now, let's take a look at the relic our champion has won.
That bitch is still alive? I guess he shrunk, too.
Behold, from the personal vaults of Master Frygeis himself, the Warden's Grace, a timeless treasure, the likes of which our realm has never seen. One that's earned the attention of Erosa's most prominent pilfer. Ah ha ha ha.
Above you!
Ladies and gentlemen, inspectors and invertebrates, the opening act dragged on overlong, but worry not. The main event is about to begin.
Gilgamesh? No? Oh.
I know that you paid well for your seats here today, but I can assure you that my performance will not leave you disappointed. Now, I invite one and all to sit back and enjoy the show.
Yeah, let's look everywhere but at the ring. That seems smart.
Vile fiend, mark my words, you have stolen your last treasure. I swear it on the Manderville name.
There he is. Gilgamesh and his fucking green chicken. I think not, Hildegard.
Greg? 'Tis always a pleasure to reunite with old friends, but your timing truly leaves something to be desired.
He stole his weapon.
Rax, you bested me once, but not today. I shall have my revenge when I pierce your chest with my spear.
Do you mean your skewer?
My spear. Vile thief, is there not a shred of honor in you? Return my weapon at once.
Oh, it seems we have an unexpected guest. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I fear attendance at today's performance is by invitation only.
It's raining truffles, but the battle's already... Mr. Typhoon, just a moment. I'm sure I had a tissue here somewhere. Funger!
Wow, Gilgamesh is a total joke in this game. It's pretty funny.
Alas and alack, the ring sails straight into the hands of the fiend. Giving up so soon, are we? Those don't sound like words of a Manderville man. Oh, I thought it was going to be the chick. Look at him coming out like the fucking Terminator. What in the fuck? Guess he's gonna throw him at the man of 1,000 faces. Jesus Christ, that is one of the more cursed things I've seen today. But of course, brilliant father. If the ring won't come to me, I shall go to the ring. Why, it'll be just like Dalmund. Hildebrand, Hilda, or Maximilian Manderville. Skyward as only a Manderville can. There's a lot going on here. How is the ring still in the air at this point? But father, you not know your own strength. That's a good try, I guess. So, I guess he got the ring. $999, $998, $990. Chicken. So he just chose to dive into the crowd. Just straight in. I guess it works out. Like, the fuck? You're like, you know what to do, boys. What the fuck is going on? These legs, they look strangely familiar. Did they heal him? Heal him or something? I'm not... Whatever. That's... So who got the ring? Ha! Put a little too much spin on that one, it seems. He did get it. Not exactly as planned, but who can argue with the results? Save for one thing, this ring is a fake. Wow, so nobody was gonna get it. But no matter. I have a feeling this will lead me to the true treasure. Until next time, friends, you have been a most attentive audience. That key, bloody hells! Guard, seize that fiend at once! Smoke bomb? Oh, an actual bomb. Fucking hell. Maybe run? Or just stand there, I guess. Guess it's lucky he didn't want to kill everybody. It's too late, sir. The second prize, the Ring of Inquiry, it's gone.
Second prize? What is the meaning of this?
Many-faced men or no, the man spoke true. A master goldsmith's eyes cannot be deceived. This sun sphere is clearly a second-rate replica. Preposterous. It's just dim lighting, yes. If you just step over here.
He's gonna try to rip everybody off. Have you taken ill, friend? You seem to be perspiring most heavily.
Let's not be so hasty, friends. I can explain.
Like he's got a little bit of tape keeping the glass together. I sold out my honor. Joined forces with that odious octopus. All for a false treasure. What a fool I've been. Whatever was I thinking?
Not berate yourself so, Miss,
Avila? I always forget how I chose to pronounce it. Avila? Avila.
Do not berate yourself so, Miss
Arvila. Oh, fuck. Whatever.
Do not berate yourself so, miss. Why, it was exactly as you said, was it not? You were thinking of dear Hagelina and nothing more.
I suppose at that, I was at that. How do you know my sister's name?
I assure you, young miss, under no circumstances did I tail you to the Nanois mines to eavesdrop on your immediately personal dialogue with your beloved sister.
Aye, well, you have the right of it. Blinded by the prospect of fortune and fame, I lost sight of myself and what I was truly fighting for. My honor and my sister's trust will not be easily regained, but I will not shirk from the challenge. One mystery still remains. Before the thief had identified the ring as a fake, he'd already acquired the key to the storeroom. Clearly, the second prize, the Ring of Inquiry, was his target from the start. But why? There must be some pattern to the items the fiend has stolen, a pattern that betrays his true intentions.
The Treaty Blade, Aesma's Virtue, the Ring of Inquiry, all relics with quite a history. Or, to be more precise, relics from the era of the Belladanians. Oh, if that is so, the answer is clear as day. The fiend means to found Erosa's greatest museum of Belladanian history, pushing up the prices and gouging honest men out of their hard-earned coin. Doubtless another one of his cards will appear at the scene just to tell us as much.
Oh, it's a big ass card. Jesus. Why? Why any of this? Talking about the cat lady? She's, that, idiot underneath the cards that's his, like, assistant. His little sycophant. I've enjoyed our little game, but all good things must come to an end. I shall claim the 4 sacred treasures, and justice shall be served. So, this is the thief's final challenge to us, but what are these 4 treasures he speaks of? Where the 4 treasures of Baldea become one, the wicked shall be judged in the blazing light of sun. She's like falling asleep. She just doesn't give a shit. An old legend, a little more than a fairy tale at that, and yet it seems the Phantom believes there is some truth in these words. 4 sacred relics from Baldea, the warden's justice, lofty words coming from a glorified footpad. One who's winning over the common folk by the day, if the rumors are to be believed. It would seem the tales of Master Thief ruffling the feathers of the rich and famous have one man more than a few admirers. Consider the targets thus far. An Uldan collector and her hired thugs, a trading mogul and the brass blades, and now a mining magnate and the stone torches. Is it any surprise that the sympathies of ordinary Uldans would lie with the perpetrator rather than his victims? Absolutely observed, Miss Ellie. Our query clearly harbors no small degree of resentment for wealth and authority. Might his next target be a member of the syndicate? Perhaps the Sultana herself? Ha ha! Then it will be his downfall. For the greater the challenge, the higher I rise. Just one moment, if you would. Mark my words, ye of many faces, there is but one man who shall lay claim to the 4 lost relics of Baldea, and it shall be Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire. Yes, I'm sure that inspires us all with great confidence. That is the blackest man I've ever seen. Was that? No, it couldn't be. Huh, methinks Godbert may need a new pair of spectacles. It's a race to recover the 4 lost relics of Baldea. As the fiend's true identity and aspirations are revealed, will Rosa fall prey to the forces of evil? Will a hero do what only a Manderville can? Hildebrand will return in The Last Vow. Rated R. Oh, well, there you go. I think she's wearing exactly what you would have her wear. Bravo. The key to the next case is a mask. Have you ever worn a mask for so long that you forgot what you actually looked like? I have. Fuck. And how did they freeze in mid-air like that? Talk about a mystery. Oh well, see you next time. Alright, I think that's enough mystery for today. Let's get back to our class quest here. Get here. Kind of forget. Whatever. Just pay it. Quit being so damn cheap. Oh, Tsunambe. Haven't seen her in a while. Rax, I thank you for answering my call. Tsuname, too, has made the journey from the village to join us in retrieving the scroll. God damn it. It is an honor to stand by your side again, Rax. Master Oboro will doubtless benefit from your presence, as he always does. Likewise, I figured we could use a few more dimmer-dammers on the job, so I've sent for Underfoot and the Stray. Their ship should be pulling into harbor before long. In the meantime, allow me to share what we have learned. Reliable sources have it that the theft of the scroll is the work of the Garnet League, a notorious band of outlaws feared throughout Doma. When the Doma rebellion was crushed 1 year ago, many a samurai fled the battlefield to escape the Empire's wrath. Dishonored and unable to return home, most turned to banditry to eke out a living. It is the most lethal of these warriors who form the Garnet League, cutting down innocent men for their coin purses, plundering villages. The men and women of the Garnet will gladly stain their hands with blood as long as it means they will live to see tomorrow. Why they covet that scroll so, I cannot say. What I do know is that if we do not stop them, they are all but certain to leave a trail of corpses in their wake. We must move, and quickly. Fortunately, they should not be prove hard to find. Confident in their ability to cut down anyone who dare opposes them, they take little trouble to conceal themselves. On the contrary, they provide their garnet-hued kimono for all to see. You can distinguish them from the similarly garbed Siki Saigumi by their lack of hakama and their singularly uncouth demeanor. Let us split up and cover as much ground as we can. Rax, I would entrust the Shaukaze Hostelry in the Rakuza district to you. Keep to the shadows and gather what knowledge you can. When we are done with the task, let us reconvene here. Lower. Flustered follower. I swear I just wanted a... Was I saying something? No, I don't believe I was. The Garnet League men are not likely to divulge any secrets in the presence of strangers. Move out of eyeshot and hide yourself in the shadows before approaching them again. Let me hide behind that thing. Shade shift. To hide. Now I'm here. You can't see me. These men looked like to be members of the Garnet League. They seemed to be discussing something. I swear, I just wanted to see what all the fuss was about. Barely put a finger on the thing, and next I knew it, Zakuro's blade was on my throat. I thought she was going to cut me down right there on the spot. Put yourself in her shoes. They say our client is such a dangerous man, he's been known to kill those who renege on their agreements. If anything happened to that scroll, her life and ours would be good as forfeit. You're saying she's as scared as us? Zakuro Brightblood, who single-handedly cut down the 100 Garlands in the days of the rebellion? Zakuro Brightblood, who dyes her hair red with the blood of her foes? She cuts an imposing figure, this is true, but deep down she's actually quite the sensitive type. Sensitive? Don't make me laugh. These men look to be members of the Garnet League. They seem to be discussing something. One day, she had us sneaking into a bleeding Imperial storehouse, and the next the Confederacy's chasing us halfway across the Ruby Sea. Zakuro could pay us twice what she does, and it wouldn't be bloody worth it. Come now, you must admit it was quite the little adventure. Though it was fortunate that we came upon those Erosian pirates when we did, and that they believed our little ruse. In the end, we made it here with our little prize, did we not? We simply took a slight detour. We didn't make it all. We all didn't make it, or have you forgotten those we left behind at the Bloodshore? Cut down by our pursuers, no doubt. The poor bastards, whose brilliant idea was it to go along with that masked man's plan anyway? If our brothers could not fend for themselves, they only have themselves to blame. As for our mysterious benefactor, he led us here as promised, did he not? Now we only need to wait for our client to show and deliver the goods, and we will never need to worry about going hungry again. Speaking of which, how long does our man mean to keep us waiting? I'm beginning to wonder if someone's playing us all for fools. Now. We were late with our delivery, after all. Word has it our client returned to Koshu when we did not show, and is now making the long journey back to Kugane. We owe him some patience, do we not? It would seem that we have everyone assembled. Excellent. Let us share what we have learned. Allow me to see if I have this right. So, in short, the Garnet League lifted the scroll from the Garland storehouse at the bidding of an unknown Hingan client. They meant to sail straight from Yanexia to Kugane, but ran afoul of the Confederacy, doubtless because they were too poor to pay the ruby tithe. In fleeing, they were then captured by the Krakens, so they claimed to be Doman refugees seeking asylum. Upon arriving in Arosia, they made off with the scroll and eventually found safe passage to Kugane. With Karasu's aid? That one's motives remains as inscrutable as ever, but I digress. Furthermore, they are led by one Zakuro Brightblood, about whom no small number of tales are told. Regardless of their veracity, there could be no doubting that she is a formidable opponent. For my part, I heard that she is most protective of the scroll and keeps it on her person at all times, night and day. I heard that Zakuro and her followers have rented a room at the Bocario, an inn in town famous for its hot springs baths. Old Jack managed to whittle is that the cove is right fond of flowing. Okay. All old Jack managed to whittle is that the cove is right fond of her flowing locks, and that she fancies herself a cup o' tea, making the trip from the inn to the tea-house and back at least thrice a day. That is most enlightening, Captain Jack. Now we must find a way to get our hands on the scroll before Zakuro's clients arrive. But how? We could challenge her to single combat, but the Seki Segumi would not look kindly on that. Besides, we are shinobi, are we not? We must use stealth to our advantage. We simply need a plan. Hey, look, I haven't seen them in forever. Look out below, Underfoot's on the scene. Good to see you again, Rex. Can't wait to snelch the new tricks you learned from your friends here. What's our Mort got to do to get ourselves some sushi? I'm bloody starved. And what's with all these bleeding seagulls? I swear if another one takes a shite in my hair, it'll be seagull stew for dinner tonight. Wait, that's it. Vocab, you're a bloody genius, and so am I reckon. Gather round and lend me your waddles, friends. Old Jock's got a plan. First, we catch Zuko as she's beating her way from the inn to the tea-house. Underfoot, Vocab, Tsunabe, you'll three be in charge of causing a scene and stopping the Mort in her tracks. Meanwhile, Rax, you will make your way to the perch atop the market and drop some imitation seagull shite down from above. What with her precious locks all mucked up, the Mort's sure to make for the hot springs. She can't very well bring the scroll into the water, so we just follow along, all stealthy-like, and have it from whatever basket she's stowed it away in. For good measure, Oboro and I will head to the bathhouse and, well, keep the girl occupied until Rex has the scroll safely in his daddles. A most impressive plan, Captain Jack. But I have one question. How do you propose the two of us keep Zakuro occupied? Oboro, surely you remember our visit to the Bronze Lake and the little show I put on for our pirate friend. It's all quite simple, really. Oh my god, now he has to wear a skimpy bathing suit and keep the lady pirate busy. I'm not certain I understand what you owe. On second thought, I am not quite convinced this is the best course of action. Give yourself some more credit, lad. Now, Rax, you'll want to climb up to the roof on top the Bocario, and then make your way across the wire atop the markets. Here, this white dye should do a suitable seagull shite impression. Once underfoot in the gang lure Zakuro in position, let her fly. All right, lads and lasses, look sharp. We'll meet back here once it's all bob. How the hell do I get up there? Oh. Right? Maybe? No? Oh, there we go. Then across the wire. Like a... Oh, maybe I have to go up that way? Fuck me. Oh, okay. It's a little higher than I thought. But where there is a will, there is a way, as they say. Come on now. There you go. Yeah, I didn't think so. Alright, found some comic books while I
waste your
suss
time
this
doing,
out.
trying to save me, Doom says. But their conversation is interrupted as Tony looks up into the sky, seeing something flying across the horizon. No, that's impossible, he whispers, and he turns back to Doom, who doesn't believe what he's seeing. It's December, right? Tony asks. Stark, this is absurd. It's not even Christmas Eve, Doom tells him, but Tony shakes his head as they both look up. It's Santa. I can't believe it. Santa is real, or he
Fucking
was
Santa.
real? Tony whispers as the
And why
spirit
not?
of
If
Christmas
Thor
comes
is real,
flying
why wouldn't
towards them.
Santa
But
be
now
real,
his
right?
eyes are glowing with an evil light as Null's symbiotes are pulsing through his body. Oh God! They
Symbiote
nullified
Santa?
Tony gasps, and he leaps into the air, not wanting to let Santa hurt anyone. Doom
pretty
follows
funny.
close behind, and as they float in front of Santa, Doom prepares to fire.
so
but the
distracted
reindeer
by the
spits
fucking
globs
symbiote
of
Santa
symbiote at him,
thing.
tangling
Yeah.
him up. But Tony is there, cutting through the goo as they both fire at the reindeer. Violent night, no moonlight, Santa sings as he throws a present at them. The present exploding, throwing them both through the wall of a nearby building. Incredible. First I killed Eddie Brock, and now I have to kill Santa. Tony mumbles as he stands. Doom stands up, lamenting that Brock was an addict who doesn't deserve their pity. And Tony turns to him, demanding to know why the Monarch is even there. I'm here to tell you that Edward was worth the sacrifice, Doom says simply. But they are interrupted as the sleigh fires at them. Tony leaps after it, grasping it by the runners. His symbiote slithers out and he begins to gain control of the sleigh as he bonds with it. And Doom fires in front of the reindeer again, blasting them with his gauntlets. Have at thee, you freakish flying venison! He bellows as Tony takes control of the sleigh. Doom points out that Eddie's death
gotta
gave
be
them Tony's new
something I'm
armor,
not
which now
seeing
has
here.
access to the limitless power of the void of Null's symbiote realm. Suddenly the sleigh twists and Santa
These
tumbles out,
buildings,
plummeting
is
towards the
there-
earth so fast that they can't stop
like
him, and he
there's
slams into
ladders
a
I can
car.
use.
Okay, that was an accident, right? You saw that. I did not knock him out of the sleigh. I did not kill Santa. Tony asks Doom as they both land nearby, but Santa suddenly rears up, shouting holiday-themed profanities. That was extraordinarily profane, Doom notes, and Santa launches black tendrils from his mouth, but Tony meets them with his own void energy. The
So
explosion
Iron
tosses
Man
them
and
all
Doctor
aside, and when
Doom
the smoke
teaming up to
clears,
take down
Stark and
an
Doom
evil
get to their feet.
symbiote
You have
Santa.
eradicated Saint Nicholas, the jolliest of men.
There's a lot going on
Doom
there.
tells Tony, I killed Santa. This day keeps getting better and better, Tony whispers. But from the smoke, Santa rises. He seems confused now, no longer under the control of Null's symbiotes. His wretched infection seems to have been abated, Doom notes as they help the old man up. Santa opens his eyes looking at the both of them. Tony, always such a good boy. And Victor, one of the naughtiest men who have ever lived. He whispers and he pulls away from them, walking into the streets telling them that he'll find his own way home. Tony reaches down, finding the old man's wallet left in the street, and he looks at the license, discovering that the man's name is Michael Dunwoody, and he owns the Snow Globe Holiday Decoration Supply. As they watch him
maybe from
leave,
up there.
Doom turns to Stark and explains that they could use the power of his armor to create something stronger. That's why you're here. You want the armor. No chance, Tony tells him, and Doom doesn't push the matter. And so they both begin to walk away, but
There
Doom
we
suddenly
go.
stops. Something perplexes
Took me long enough.
Michael Dunwoody referred to us both by our real names, he points out. And Tony shakes his head, noting that neither of them have...
Pain. Oh, the pain. Oh, Pearl, poor girl. Whatever's the matter? Someone, anyone, find a healer. The girl needs help. Was, God, Bert shite. Oh, bloody brilliant. Thank you, kind sir and madam. But worry not. I am not ill. You see, I am simply... I haven't had a bite to eat all day. Is that all now? Fortunately, the Shakozi hostelry is but a short walk away, and I hear their sushi is positively to die for. Shall we? My hair, my beautiful hair. Back to the bathhouse, I suppose. Alright, now to perv on her from a bathhouse, I guess. Search the basket but no avail. The scroll must be around here somewhere. There. Wow. Keeping her busy, are they? I've seen many a dumb rumdoxy in my day, but ain't none what compare to you, milady. What beautiful locks you have. However, do you keep them so smooth and silky? Truly, I do not mean to boast, but they do say my beauty is sung far and wide.
Well done, my friends. The operation, by any measure, a rousing success. That said, I have not seen Tsunami or in the others. I do hope all is well. Now that was some rum fun, if I do say so myself. As for the cove, I wouldn't fret. It's like as not the cabin underfoot dragged her off to yaffle on some o' Kagani's finer delicacies. No doubt you are right, Captain Jack. In the meantime, pray show me the scroll, Rax. I would see just what it is Akuro's mysterious employer covets so. Why, are my eyes to be believed? The forbidden mudra of summoning. I had half thought it just a ghost story meant to strike fear in the hearts of shinobi who would stray from their path. Forbidding summoning? I wouldn't know a mudra for my own grandmum, but that sounds right dangersome. It is indeed, Captain Jack. The legends say that the summoner's focus wanes if the summoner's focus even wanes for a moment, the monstrous beast called forth by this mudra will not hesitate to devour him whole. Many years ago it was gifted from our village to the king of Doma, then sealed away to be used only in the most dire of circumstances. But it was lost in the chaos of the Garland invasion, and never to be seen again. So it has been sleeping in an imperial vault all these years. So even with this bleeding all-powerful summoning at their fingertips, the Doman still couldn't hold off the Empire. Guess it wasn't all it was cracked up to be. On the contrary, we never even had the chance to find out. Master Gekkai, who led the shinobi, deemed the risk too great and refused to employ it, even as our nation fell. Well, knowing that he's a traitor, that makes sense now. Whether Master Gekkai plotted his betrayal even then, or whether he had our countrymen's best interests at heart, I cannot say, though I would like to believe the latter. Nonetheless, it is clear that none in Garland knew of the scroll's true power, and so it sat untouched until it was stolen by the Garnet League, at the bidding of some unknown master. But aside from my fellow shinobi, who out there would know of the scroll's true power? It matters little now. We have the scroll, and I must return it to its rightful home in my village. Afraid I can't let you do that, friend. I promised the Krakens I'd bring the scroll back from him, and I'd not have it said that Jack ain't a man of his wits. Why would you promise that? After all, the scroll's been missing from your village for 20-odd summers, no? Clearly no one's suffering much. That is hardly the issue, Captain Jack. The scroll is an ancient treasure. It belongs in Doma. It belongs to those what found it, and that's the Krakens. Gods, if ye ain't a stubborn bastard. How about I keep it, and you both go fuck yourselves? Familiar voice. Gentlemen, gentlemen, must you make such a scene? After all, strictly speaking, the scroll belongs to neither of you. Karasu, wherever did you... But never mind. Thank you for guiding us here. You may rest assured that the scroll will safely return to Doma. You have my gratitude. Oh, Oboro, my dear, sweet, deluded Oboro, you grow ever dimmer by the day. Do you truly believe that I do what I do for you? I did say I was pulling all the strings in this little puppet play, did I not? Very well, allow me to put into words what even you can understand. The scroll belongs in Higashi, to the master I now serve. My mistake was in trusting the Zakuro and her lackeys, what I should have seen to myself from the very start. Oh well, live and learn, I suppose. In any event, allow me to propose a simple transaction.
You hand over the scroll, and I return your friends to you with their heads still attached to their bodies. Fair trade, no? Karasi, you craven. On second thought, yes, I do believe we could have more fun. Keep your eyes and ears out, dim one. You'll be hearing from me again soon. How did he capture all three of them? Why do they suck so bad? Curse it all! And here I believe the man had turned over a new leaf after leaving Gekai. But no. It would seem he had simply found another villain to serve. Once a rook, always a rook, I reckon. And a sharp one at that. Your foot in the stray aren't types to get boned so easily. As long as we have the scroll, Karasu is not like to cause our friends any harm. And yet, he is as unpredictable an adversary as they come. We must proceed with caution. Forgive me, Rex. It would mean much to me if you would remain in Kugane until our work here is through. Pray continue to train your ninjutsu, and I shall call upon you again when the time is right. You have to keep meeting by in this dirty alley. Can't you take me to a bar? Ah, it's good to see you, Rex. I've heard nothing from Karasu since we last met. It would seem that we have no choice but to take matters into our own hand. And yet, in our current state, we are outmanned. In hopes of bolstering our own ranks, I reached out to Princess Yuki, pride of the Yatsuguri clan. Her skills and knowledge of these lands would surely avail us in our effort, I thought. I am pleased to say that she was more than happy to lend her aid, doubtless into no small part of your own efforts on her behalf. Judging from her words, she is quite eager to prove herself. Perhaps a bit over-eager. I would ask you to keep an eye on her, lest she go running off into some sort of trouble. Which mayhap she already has, as she should have arrived hours ago. Perhaps she has simply gotten lost on the way, or stopped off for sushi and some tea. Might the two of you be so kind to search for her in my stead? Captain Jack, see if she is not within the Rakuza district. Rex, pray search the markets of Kogane Dori. I will remain here in case she has simply been delayed in her journey. Mission start. Rex, whatever are you doing here in Kugane? Not that I'm complaining, of course. Always happy to see the shinobi who helped bring prosperity back to my homeland. Yes, thanks to you, my people are doing wonderfully. The only downside of it is now that I have to be a proper princess again. Akagi, he's my personal bodyguard now, you see, was none too happy when I told him I'd be heading to Kugane. In fact... Yuki! Princess Yuki! Come back at once! Oh, hells, he's on to me! I just have to help you and Oboro in return for everything you did for me. Surely you understand, Rex. Can you go find Akagi and just tell him that I don't know, I hopped on a ship to Erosia or something? Rex, fancy meeting you here. You're an awfully long way from home, huh? Speaking of which, you haven't by chance seen Her Highness anywhere, have you? I caught her sneaking out of the castle and followed her here to Kagane, but I seem to have lost her. A Rosa, you say? God, what is the girl thinking? If anything happened to her, I'd never hear... But there's no time to lose. To the docks. Princess Yuki, wait for me. Princess Yuki. All your princess are belong to me. Thank you, Rex, and pray forgive me for asking you to lie on my behalf. I had half a mind to tell Akagi the truth, but he might have offered to help, Kami forbid. Man means well, but I hear that we face a most dangerous foe, and I simply don't have the heart to place Akagi in danger. You understand, don't you? In any event, I do believe we've kept Oboro long enough. No problem. A lot of setup for this class quest. I haven't gotten a single new ability. Thank you for lending her Highness here. Oh wait, yeah. Thank you for leading Her Highness here, Rex. Princess Yuki, thank you for making the journey to Kagane. Before we proceed, I would hear aught you might know of recent events in Hingashe. As you doubtless know, through Hingashi appears to outsiders to be a land at peace, but beneath the surface rival warlords are ever scheming to undermine each other's power. In that sense, it is entirely within the realm of possibility that one of them has employed a shinobi to gain a hidden advantage over his foes. But this is merely speculation. Try as I might, I was unable to recover any tangible evidence as to who might be behind these recent events. I see. Thank you, Princess. And so it remains a mystery. What foul master does the treacherous crow serve? Now, dim one, is that any way to talk about a dear old friend? Karasu, you have some gall to call yourself my friend. What have you done with Tsunami and the others? But what's this? The dim one is joined by one new companion after the next. Our hero is wounded. Was his friendship not enough? Why are the geniuses of the world so misunderstood? Anyhow, I was hoping you'd ask. As a matter of fact, I have just the present for you. It's a game I like to call Kill or Watch Your Friends Be Killed. Do you like the name? I thought of it myself just now. The rules are really quite simple. Your precious Swallow and the others are being held captive by the Garnet League on the Isle of Beko. You simply need to march in, cut down Zakuro and her men, and free your companions from their shackles. Succeed, and I'll forget about the scroll, and you can go all marching happily back to Doma. Fail, and I get the scroll, and Zakuro bathes in your blood tonight. Yes, I do believe there's something in it for everyone. I'll be watching from the shadows. Do try to keep me entertained, won't you? Does this villainy know no bounds? I'm not keen on agreeing to those terms, but it seems we've much choice in the matter. If it's a fight he wants, it's a fight he'll get. Together we can take those Garnet curs. What do you say, Rax? They all dead. Forgive me, my friends. If only I had been quicker to unravel Karasu's schemes, I would have not have to place you in danger like this. Still, it heartens me to know you stand with us. Same holds true for me, lad. While I'm not proud we let the Rook get the better of us, I feel a lot safer knowing a dimmer-dammer like you is on our side. Let's get the underfoot and Vakeb out of there right quick like.
Ever since the elders told me my presence was not needed in the village, I've struggled to find meaning in my daily existence. For whom do I fight? For what greater purpose? Now I have found an answer. It is for you, my friends. You who have stood beside me in the darkest of times. You who have shown me that there is strength inside me even I had long forgotten. You who... This is no time for prittle-paddle, lad. Or haven't you noticed the princess has already hopped the twig? Dust off your beater cases and let's move. The man speaks true. Yes, we must be strong of both body and mind, if we are hoped to prevail. To the Isle of Becco, where our friends await us.
Have a secret identity. Tony stops, asking Victor if he believes the man was really Santa Claus. Preposterous. I am merely conducting an intellectual investigation of what just occurred. He shrugs, and Tony leaps into the air, reminding Victor to not let all of the magic leave the world. At this, Victor pauses. Could Claus be Sorcerer Supreme? The Guardians stand ready. Reports have indicated that several worlds have gone dark throughout the galaxy. The representative of Silas shows them the last
So
images that their
Santa
computers
is
were able to
canon.
compile, showing
Confirmed.
a deity from before the creation of the universe. Nova looks down at the evil smile of Null. He turns to Hercules, asking if the demigod is aware of this
That wasn't too
being.
far.
No, he's not from any.
Little to my surprise, it would seem Karasu has alerted to our foe to our presence. Let us proceed with caution. Excuse me. There is no telling of what manner of treachery the crow has in store for us. Thanks, you didn't bring a bite of yaffle to eat, did you? To the shadows again, my friend. Underfoot must be nearby. Oh, whoops. Maybe. Uh-oh. Okay, so he's gonna... Cross is gonna fight them.
I supposed to help? I'm so confused. Shit. Alright, just one left after her. Or him. I'm not even sure what Littlefoot is. You've got more courage than sense to come this far. If we fought on the same side, I could see myself getting to like you. But we serve another master, and he just so happens to be a demanding one. Don't give me that look. We've all got to make a living, and this is the best way we know how. Now draw your blades. Zakuro will bathe in your lifeblood this day. You're gonna die horribly. Alright, let's work our way down the line here. Do some teamwork. Oh, fuck. Alright, there's one down. Dream on. Alright, there's another down. Alright, where's the last one? I like that they're just standing point blank at each other. It's so funny. Alright, you're down. I knew he'd come back. Or nothing. Blades a-whirling through the air, blood watering the fields, shinobi fighting side by side, all for the sake of their dear friends. Could there be a more moving sight? Our hero is moved to tears. Or not. But do not worry. As promised, I'll return your precious swallow with an area feather out of place. Once you hand over the scroll, of course. What foolery is this, Karasu? We played your little game and we won, did we not? Are you not a man of your word? Oh, my poor, stupid Oboro. How dim can one man get? Didn't anyone ever tell you that promises are made to be broken? Especially mine? Now, hand over the scroll, and quickly now. I don't particularly enjoy killing my dear friends, but that's never stopped me before. Borrow the scroll. Very good, dim one. I dare say you've played your role to perfection. Fly away home, little swallow. We've had enough fun for the day. What's stopping us from just fucking grinding them now? Who dat? Was that him that did that? He seems surprised. Oh. Incompetent fools, the lot of you. How long do you intend to keep me waiting for what's rightfully mine? Lord Hanzo, you couldn't have come at a better time. You'll be happy to know I have just what you've been looking for. Behold! What if it's a fake scroll? That'd be a good fake out. Our hero has truly outdone himself this time. At long last, the ancient secrets of Hingyang Ninjutsu will be his. Do tell me, Lord Hanzo, when will training begin? Lord Hanzo? Aye! That's what you get, fucker. For being an asshole. And Daddy's dead. Silence, whelp. The bastard git of Sasuke. The bastard git of Sasuke the Shamed deserve not but a quick death. Well, a brood of domin dogs who would call themselves shinobi. You stand before Hanzo the Hidden, 12th Lord of the Kakekushi clan, and you should consider yourself fortunate that I do not cut you down where you stand.
And you would call your petty tricks ninjutsu. I spit on your ninjutsu. Your very existence brings dishonor to every true shinobi who has lived. Yes, those of my clan, the original and true practitioners of the arts. Be thankful that I have more important matters to attend to today. Enjoy what little remains of your miserable lives. Your time will come, and before you know it. Teleport! Forgive me, my friends. Pray give me a moment to take in all we just saw. I hope Karasu looks like fucking Freddy Krueger. But I've seen him blow up before too, so, you know. I do not even know where to start. Karasu killed off before our very eyes. The forbidden mudra in the hands of this Hanzo who claims to hail from the clan who founded our art, and who harbors a grudge against Master Sasuke, and in turn us, for reasons I can scarce begin to understand. Though it may be of small comfort, we can take heart in one matter. In truth, the scroll Hanzo now holds is but one half of a whole. Alone, it is all but worthless. The other half is safely tucked away in our village, far from Hanzo's peering eye. It is a secret known only to the elders and trusted to me by the old hermit before I took my leave. Is that so? I would have appreciated if someone could have shared that knowledge with me as well. The old hermit always did like you better, for some reason. Still, I do not expect this Hanzo to give up easily. Whatever the true nature of this grudge he holds against the founder of our village, it seems to nigh border on obsession. Our adversary claims to hail from the Kakikushi clan, yet Princess Yuki, are you familiar with the name? If I remember the histories correctly, they archived great renown for their exploits in battle during the Age of Strife. It was said that a single Kakikushi fought with the strength and skill of 1,000 lesser shinobi, until one day a vengeful warlord razed their village to the ground, slaughtering even wives and babes. The Kakikushi on the battlefield, too, disappeared one after the next, an inglorious end by any measure. If this Hanzo is truly a descendant of the clan, it would stand to reason that he would seek revenge against those who betrayed his ancestors. But how this is connected to Sasuke, I cannot say. But if there's one thing I know, it's that I'm not going to just stand by while this Hanzo plunges our nations into another age of war. I will return home and see if there's any knowledge of the Kakikushi to be had. Thank you, Princess. We are counting on you. For our part, we should return to Yanexia. Once Hanzo realizes that he only possesses half the knowledge he seeks, he is likely to turn an eye to our village. We must warn the elders. If it's all the same, I'll join ye. I'm not keen on showing my face in Limsa till I've got the goods I came for in my daddles. That said, someone needs to see it that all's Bob back home. Underfoot, Vakeb, can I count on you to keep things in order till I've seen to business here? Aye, Captain. Consider it done. Just hurry back, will ye? I'll make sure there's a Bismack special with your name on it. Bugger me if this journey hasn't been one surprise after the next, and something tells me the best is yet to come. You'll be joining us, won't you, Rax, for old time's sake? I literally have to. I cannot thank you enough, friend. The journey to Yanexia is a long one. After we arrive, let us rest up in the village of Name. My long-awaited homecoming, for the first time since I left in pursuit of Karasu. Karasu, have you truly left this world for good? I fucking doubt it, but at least you're wise to it. Alright, let's see where this pupper goes.
Right on. How have you been doing in PUBG? Make any good progress on the Survivor Pass? Had to remember what it was called. Tsunami and I will make the journey to the village alone. Forgive me, but the elders are not like to smile on the sudden arrival of outsiders. We will report on what we saw in Hingashi and gather what wisdom we can. Pray wait for us here. We will return as soon as we are able. I do not ask for a hero's welcome, but, I suppose there is no putting it off any longer. Seems we're on our own for the time being. Reckon I can find some Bene Bingo and a couple of rum doxies in this place. Just having a bit of a muse. What's with this Hanzo on the prowl? It's best we both keep our stabbers sharpened. When are you gonna give me a new fucking move? Ah, Rax. Obaro got back not so long ago, mumbled something about his trip to the village was uneventful, and dragged his beater cases off somewhere or another, looking at the ground all the while. Jack knows how to read a cove, and something tells me the boy ain't right these days. Like he's carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. You know the lad better than anyone. You reckon there's somewhere he'd run off to when looking to clear his head? Waterfall. A waterfall. Now that you mention it, I did hear the sound of running water when I went on a stroll the other day. Not quite sure, I whittle ye, but if that's where you think the lad is, like not you're right. Let's go to see if we can't ease his cares a bit. Oh, those are legit fucking tigers. Look at that. Oh, just getting naked. Ah, Rax, I had hoped to spend some more time alone with my thoughts, but it is just as well. It grows cold, and I would warm myself by a fire. Nice. You unlock anything good lately? You know me all too well, Rax. I suppose I should not be surprised. Well, you shocked the living wits out of me. I wasn't expecting to find you in front of a waterfall. Not in it. At first I did just that, Captain Jack. But when listening to the flow of water did not calm my heart as I hoped, I took to the next course of logical action. I cannot explain it. I returned to my village, fully expecting to be punished for my deception and chastised for my failure to perform my duty. Instead, I was greeted as a hero, an honorable shinobi who slew the villainous Karasu, traitor to our village and country. But it is all a lie. Master Gekkai was the traitor, and if it were not for Karasu, putting aside the foul deeds he performed in service to his final master, my eyes would have been forever blind to the truth. That day, I promised Karasu I would keep the truth hidden, and claim the glory and accolades in his stead. At the time I thought nothing of it. But it is just too much. Perhaps the man deserved to die for his sins. It is not for me to judge. But he does deserve to go on the grave. Does he deserve to go on Jesus Christ? But does he deserve to go to the grave as a hated villain, while I reap the fruits of deeds I can scarcely call my own? No Lambo yet, though, right? You would tell me if you got one of those puppers, wouldn't you? You really are too serious for your own good, lad. let old Jack tell you a story. Once upon a time, well, maybe not so long ago, there was a dimmer mort by the name of Milala, a captain of the Yellow Jackets who was always more style than substance, if ye whittle me. Long story short, Rax and me did ourselves a good deed, but the lass took credit for herself. Did the part of me resent it? Sure, I've got feelings as any cove. But people in our business, including this Karasu rook, I reckon, need people like her. People to stand in the light man's and claim the glory while we ply our trade in the dark. Malala may have not done the deed, but since then, they say she's a new woman, doing all she can to be the hero that people believe her to be. In not so many words, I guess I'm saying is, rather than clouting yourself in the knob about glory you feel you don't deserve, why not try to live up to the person your friends would have you be? Seems reasonable. Thank you, Captain Jack. I must admit, I had never thought of it that way. Oboro, forgive me, I readied the falcon as you requested. Shall we pay Master Camus a visit? Allow me to explain, my friends. Since returning here, I have been researching the history of our village. In particular, the life of our forefather, Master Sasuke, in hopes of better understanding our foe and the grudge he bears. The tales say that Master Sasuke came to Doma on a mission so secret no records of it were ever left. Our elders, too, were at a loss. If any possessed knowledge of such ancient happenings, it is said it would be the old hermit. That is what we call Master Kamui, an elder who retired from his post long ago and now spends his days in meditation at Plum Spring, pondering the meaning of existence to depths ordinary minds can scarce comprehend. Rex, as my student, you too are an heir to Master Sasuke's legacy. I would ask that you accompany me to Plum Spring so that together we may learn the truth about the father of our art. Will you do this? Excellent. Plum Spring is not far from here, but we cannot travel there on land. Tsunade was kind enough to summon the falconer. Let us return to Name. I'm no shinobi, and I wouldn't know this Sasuke from a hole in the ground, but I'm coming with ye, if for no other reason I'm dying for a change of scenery. Wow, you don't say. Master Kume rarely accepts visitors, but the elders have assured me he awaits our arrival. Do not ask me why, but they say he is particularly interested in seeing you, Tsunade. In any event, yeah, I bet he wants her to wear that bathing suit. Plum Spring is but a short and pleasant flight away. When you're ready to depart, speak with the falconer over there. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's ride a fucking falcon. Oh, what? They don't show it? Or... are you gonna do it now? No, it just doesn't show it. Why are they gonna break my heart like that? I ain't getting back. This is the esteemed Master Kume. I can scarcely await to hear what words of enlightenment he would share with us. A thousand apologies for the intrusion, Master Kume. It is I, Oboro. I have come seeking knowledge of Master Sasuke in the founding of our village. If it would not be an imposition, pray share with us your great wisdom.
Obo who? I don't know any Obo. Ah, my back. Every word I speak is a dagger in me. No, no, this won't do at all. I'll be needing my medicine. The usual, that is. Liver of Yanexian tiger, horn of rhino beetle, claw of doman weasel. Yes, that always does the trick. Yes, I cannot simply carry on a conversation in such pain. So be on your way, boys. You stay here, my little swallow, and keep an old man company. And keep bowing. For every wid being a dagger in him, he sure likes his prattling. Boro, where have I heard that name before? Enlightening me arse, this old coot's a real piece of work. Boro, yes, the dim little boy who could never quite match the wits and skills of his friend Karasu. Yes, it is true, I have a learning disability. What? The fuck? Why do you betray me? You son of a bitch. Alright, well, on that note, I'm going to take a little break, use the bathroom, maybe have a snack. I'll be back in 5.
And we're back. Alright, let's try this again. Blah, blah, blah. Playing errand boy for Master Kumai. What a splendid turn of events. Anyway, in any event, let us split up and make short work of this. I will hunt down a Yanexian tiger, Captain Jack Pricey into the rhino beetle horn. Rex, I would entrust the Doman Weasel Claw to you. My apologies for troubling you with such a menial task, but I fear Master Kume is nothing if not stubborn. In any event, let us return here when we have found what he seeks. Well, at least they're not making me get all fucking 3 ingredients. Minor miracles. So I'll get my crab prepared. Into it, but to do it.
Pantheon I recognize. A pantheon unto himself, perhaps. Hercules says with a shake of his head. The representative from the Kree Skull Alliance explains that several of their worlds have gone dark as well, and that the recon teams that they sent out have also lost contact. Suddenly the doors bang open and the Queen of Spartax strides into the chamber. One of your astrological satellites sighted a dark dragon that has devoured the colony below. Now the beast is on course for Spartax, she warns, looking at Nova, telling him that something must be done. Richard Ryder rubs his eyes, and he tells the Guardians, guys, we got a mission. A short time later, the team tries to protect the city as the dragon continues to attack from above. Buildings crumbling as Moondragon warns them that they have already lost 2 billion people. She explains that the black goo that continues to fall from the dragon into the ground is killing people, and she can't stop it. On the ground, they discover Rocket Raccoon, who managed to avoid one of the falling missiles of black goo. He leads them over to the destruction sites, explaining that the goo reminds him of Clintar, the one that Flash Thompson used to run around with. Ah, God! A voice calls out from the destruction. Rocket pauses, sniffing the air. Pete? He whispers before taking off at a run. Rocket crests the hill, looking down at the older Peter Quill standing before him. Holy flark!
Holy flark! Ah, Rex, I trust you are able to procure a weasel claw. Bada bang. Thank you, friend. I am pleased to report that Captain Jack and I were also successful in our hunts. Let us return to Plum Spring and hope that Master Kamui is feeling more talkative. Excuse me. If it's all the same to ye lads, I'll be staying here, think ye kindly. I'm as like not to give that old clout a clout in the knob, and I reckon your elders won't take kindly to that. Seems to be doing fine without his medicine. He hasn't... Is it just me, or does Master Kamuai seem rather spry given his condition? No matter. Let us give the man what he asked for. Oh, my favorite medicine never fails to put a spring in the old man's step. But, Master Kamuai, we have not begun to boil the... Forgive me. What I mean to say is, it warms my heart to see you well. Oh, so it was a Sasuke's secret mission you wish to hear of my boy. Let's try that again. So it was Sasuke's secret mission you wish to hear of, my boy. Let me see if I could... what I remember. It was, oh, so long ago. Once upon a time in Hingashe, in a time they called the Age of Strife, there lived a man named Hanzo. Hanzo the First, leader of the Keikakushi clan. And he crafted a summoning mudra of terrifying power. Many a warlord did covet this power, that they might wield it to unify the warring states under their rule. Hanzo would hear nothing of it. Time and again he turned down prestigious posts and untold riches, declaring that the mudra would only be used in defense. He recorded his knowledge on a single scroll and sealed it away far from the eyes of man. Some time later, a vagabond came to Kage-Kakushi After the villagers nursed him back to health, he explained that he had fled across the sea from the land of Doma to escape the reign of a tyrant. So it was that Hanzo the First, moved deeply by the traveler's story, called upon Sasuke, his most trusted protege, to carry the forbidden knowledge across the Ruby Sea and bring freedom to the people of Doma. Sasuke wielded the power but once. Such was its power. In a matter of moments, the tyrant's army crumbled before its might, and the Doman people at last knew freedom. But Sasuke felt his job was not yet done. He resolved to remain in Doma and established a village here, that he might train his new countrymen to carry on his legacy, and pass down the art of ninjutsu to future generations. That is the untold story of our village origins. As for the forbidden mudra, whose power Doma's freedom was won, who can say why our ancestor feared it so? All we know is that he was not content to merely seal the scroll away, but took his blade in hand and sliced it clean in two. One piece was presented as an offering to the king of Doma, in celebration of the nation's newfound freedom. The other he sealed away in his village, our village, never again to see the light of day. I suspected as much. Master Sasuke was no traitor or deserter, but a shinobi of honor. Even at the time, it is said Hanzo the First told none other than Sasuke's true mission. Told none other of Sasuke's true... Yeah, okay. Though unfortunate, it is little surprise that today, century later, his descendants see Sasuke as little more than a traitor who stole away with their greatest treasure and fled to a foreign land. Thank you, Master Kumai. This has proved more enlightening beyond my wildest hopes. Glad to hear it, boy. But don't think I'll take kindly to you interrupting my blissful enlightenment again. As for you, my little swallow, you're welcome to come back any time. Sorry to interrupt your lecherous prattle, but the princess here's got news to share, and I'm afraid it ain't of the good variety. Oboro, we must move quickly. Our men afield have reported the Kagekushi clan musters their forces in full and means to march on Doma. No doubt Hanzo has figured out where the other half of the scroll lies. There is no time to lose. We must return at once and prepare to defend the village. Great. So, Karasu is still bumming around. Tsuname has gone to deliver the news to the elders. Meanwhile, Princess Yuki makes for the Ruby Sea to look out for the Kagekushi's army's approach. We know not the size of our foe's army, nor their strength, only that both are formidable and then some. Suffice it to say we will be tested as never before. In what time we have, I implore you to devote yourself to your training as if our very lives depended upon it, for surely they do. Finally! Temporarily converts each of the 3 mudra into an ninjutsu action. Executing one of these actions will convert the remaining mudra into different ninjutsu actions, until all 3 have been executed or the Tenchaiji effect wears off. This is confusing, but I'm just happy to have something new. It is time, Rex. The army of the Kagekushi clan marches on Yanexia even as we speak. Princess Yuki keeps watch from afar, and she says their numbers are legion. We must gather our brothers and sisters of the village and make toward the Ruby Sea to meet them head-on. There is one thing, however, that does not sit well with me. As Princess Yuki tells it, there is no sign of Lord Hanzo among the advancing army. Though we only met once, he does not strike me as the man who would stay home and let others fight his battles. He is surely plotting something. But what? Have you any ideas, Rex? He would strike at our blind spot. But of course, he means to circle around and cross over to Yanexia by way of Azim Steppe, catching us from behind. And yet, our foe vastly outnumbers us. We simply cannot afford to spread our forces thinner than they already are. If Hanzo means to seek through the back door undetected, like as not he comes alone, I would trust the defense to the step of you. Go in safety, my friend, and may the kami smile on us today. So what, I get to take him one-on-one? I can't speak for you, but getting caught between 2 squabbling ninja clans wasn't high on my to-do list. Still, we're on this ship together, so might as well see this voyage through to the end. I reckon... see this voyage through to the end, I reckon. If that Hanzo shows up, grapple his half of the scroll for me, will ya? Am I gonna have to make a choice between those 2? Or are they just going to accept that nobody should have it? No, I should have it. That's what I prefer. Journal. Probably just easier if I go north, just fly. Some comic action.
Is this Hell? Peter asks quickly. Rocket's eyes widen. You, should look right behind you, Rocket says, pointing. The dragon roars as it rushes at Peter, and as he turns, he feels the power inside of him, and he levels it with the elemental gun. A blast of pure radiant energy hits the dragon hard, blowing a hole in the creature's head. The dragon roars as it peels away, flying off. Richard and Rocket come running over, hugging Star-Lord, happy that their friend is alive and shooting dragons. Peter is confused. He vaguely remembers them, but thought they died centuries ago. He explains that time moves differently differently where he was. Moondragon and Phyla land, also shocked to see Peter Quill is currently alive. Moondragon reaches out with her mind, feeling that the dragon is a vessel for the hatred of Null.
Get a shinobi
and now
puff
has a
in.
personal hate for us, she explains. She can see the image
You
of
know what
Null
I'm
sitting on
saying?
his black throne and hopes that Peter has more energy in his gun. The elemental pistol begins to glow in his hands as he explains that he spent centuries training with the weapon. It is not merely a gun. He can focus himself through it. Did you turn yourself into a god while we weren't looking, Pete? Rocket asks him. Nah, a god would have thought to bring a flight pack as well, Peter says, shaking his hand. Moments later, the Guardians fly after the dragon, Nova holding Pete, aiming him like a human rocket. They barrel towards the dark dragon, with Pete ordering Moondragon and Phyla to flank the creature. Rich, we're going in! Pete shouts, and the pair fly through the creature, and suddenly they're in an inky void. Yes, come! Freely of your own will into my darkness. My dark is alive. It breathes and shifts, glistening and slithering. It obeys. Here I am, master. Kneel before my throne, and I will show you. Null tells them. Alright, none of that is good. Nova shouts, and Peter nods, telling his friend to get him in close. The goo lashes out, attacking Nova, forcing him to drop Peter into the void. Null once again tells Pete to kneel before him. And outside, Moondragon and Phyla continue their fight, but they're being overtaken by the symbiote too. They hear Null's voice in their minds. The heroes begin to fall as Null tells them, I'll be your master! Suddenly, a bright light fills the void and Peter is standing. Yeah, I heard you the first time. You say you're the master of the dark, the void. I'm the master of the sun, and you know what they say, sun's out, guns out, Peter says as he fires his weapon, destroying the image of Null on the throne. Outside, the dragon explodes as light bursts all around. What have you become, Pete? Nova asks in disbelief. A Star-Lord, Peter tells his friend. The Guardians regroup and Rocket tells them that he has word that Null has taken over the Earth. I say we go help, he tells the group, but Peter shakes his head, explaining that if they go to Earth, they'll be putting it in more danger. He tells them that the gods of Olympus will have sensed his power from the other side of the black hole. They're coming for me. We have things to do, he tells his team.
Clean my pipe up real
Wilson
quick.
Fisk sits before his gathered assortment of villains that he has collected from the bar with no name. He slams his fist against the table, interrupting their witty banter with one another. You've all been operating in my city without permission. You owe me, but I've got good news. A giant alien god named Null has come to kill every living thing, and it's beginning to look like it can do it. Your definition of good news and mine are different, Star tells him, and Fisk glances at the new woman for giving her interruption. Now, if you'll work for me, stop this, save the world, become a hero, parades for all, and I'll make you rich. Or? Star asks. And Fisk looks around the room, telling them that he'll put them in prison, and they can wait for Null to come kill them in their cells. Incinerary raises his hand, telling Fisk that while he's afraid of Fisk, he's afraid of the Death God more. I'll take my chances in lockup. Fisk nods to him, appreciating his honesty and ordering the guards to take him away. And a minute later, a gunshot can be heard in the next room. Oh dear. It seems Incinerary tried to make an escape. What a shame, Wilson says as he looks around at the rest of the villains, and the rest all raise their hands that they're in. Fisk admits that he doesn't really know how to stop the god, but points them in the direction of someone who might, and he hands them over the reports that they're going to need and the contracts that they have to sign. Finally, he leans over the table. You work for me.
It's the end
now.
of the
Don't
world,
mind.
and he's having
Show
them
your
sign
faces, he
contracts.
tells them. And
Gotta love the
Taskmaster
Kingpin.
looks up. Absolutely not. A short time later, the team is walking through the city streets, unmasked. They've all been given a new superhero team name, the Thunderbolts, due to Fisk owning the copyrights to the title. We should call ourselves the Hope League, Fear jokes as they move through the destruction
shit.
of the city.
What's
He suddenly
funny?
leans down and a giant
It's like when
symbiote
Horizon
dragon
Labs
snaps
bought
down,
the rights
biting
to
Snakehead in half.
Spider-Man's name.
Thunderbolts
Try to make a
spread
discount
out.
one at a
Taskmaster
Benro.
shouts as Star leaps into the sky. How's Snakehead?
was admittedly a
she
good
asks,
story.
as she hits the dragon with an energy blast. Very dead. Fear calls out as he stares at the lower half of the former villain's body. Fear moves in quickly, attacking the monster with his gas gun, and it rears back in pain as Sky hits it with a powerful energy blast, destroying it. She lands amongst the team, but quickly becomes faint and starts to fall. Easy, madame. Perhaps that was too much, no? Thatchalk says with a smile as he catches her. Snakehead's dead and our big gun just fainted. I'm out. Ampere says quickly, and Taskmaster steps up, telling the villain that the team is going to need all the power that they can get. If the world doesn't end, Fisk can deal with me when he finds out, Ampere argues. I'll save him the trouble, coward! Mr. Fear snaps as he stabs Ampere in the back. Everyone looks at him in shock, but Fear pulls the dead man's energy gauntlets off his wrist as he explains that they need all the power they can get. Just because he isn't gonna use them doesn't mean we can't, Fear says with a smile. And Taskmaster looks at the rest of the team. Fine, we got a job to do. We're doing
This
it
is
as a
kind of
team.
interesting
Nobody
seeing
else
how
leaves or they'll deal with me. Rhino reaches down, tapping the man on the head. I'm leaving, he says simply. And Taskmaster smiles as he pats the big man on the arm. Hey, sure thing, big guy, didn't mean you. Star looks at Taskmaster as Rhino walks away. I'm playing the odds that getting beat by one of those dragons is quicker than him stomping me to death. Au revoir, hippopotamus!
Huh. What's he doing? Is he like a traitor or something? Pardon me, my boy. I seem to have lost my way. Could you show an old man to Plum Spring? Oh. Clearly you're not as stupid as your friends, but it is too late. The skull has returned to the hand of its rightful owner, and everything proceeds according to my plan. As expected, Domin Nijitsu was a sight to behold. Where Sasuke's Sari gets struggled to wield 3 mudra, the Jonin of the Kagekushi command 4 with ease. Bushin no Jutsu, so we call it in the Hingang tongue. Mirrors and mirrors of mirrors. In a matter of moments, my few loyal men appeared from afar to be a legion. With all but a few abandoning the village to meet the challenge of my army, it was simple enough to put on the guise of an old man and walk out with what was rightfully mine. That is the difference between a true shinobi and the Domin whore sons who dishonor our name with their very existence. But the dishonor ends today. At long last, I shall wipe the earth of the sons of Sasuke the Shamed, the thief who stole my great ancestors' knowledge and consigned our proud clan to ruin. I should not waste any time with a false shinobi such as you, and yet there is a sharpness, an edge in your technique that the Domin fiends lack. Yes, you should make a fine test for my newfound powers. Come, great beast. Hanzo the Hidden, descendant of your first master, bids you come. I get fucked. Dread beast. Somebody thump, 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 thump. What is the meaning of this? So fearsome, their floppy ears. So terrifying, their sharply protruding teeth. The audience gasps in horror. Looks like Cross got one over on him. You, I killed you! I thought you sharper than that, my friend. There was some resemblance around the eyes, I'll admit, but the real me is so much more handsome. The lordling is dumbfounded, so stubbornly proud was he of his precious 4th mudra. Never in a million years did it occur to him that my master Gekkai had mastered the same technique, a technique he imparted to me. Oh, and those lovely little creatures thumping about didn't give it away. That scroll in your hands is quite a fake. I couldn't very well let a forbidden knowledge fall into the wrong hands, now could I? Though you only succeeded in killing my mirror, you did try to kill me. I really didn't appreciate that. My poor little chick, you always end up doing the dirty work, don't you? But worry not, for this time at your side stands not Oboro, the dim, or some two gill rogues, but the most stylishly lethal shinobi this realm has ever seen. What say we cut this self-important suck down to size? You dare mock me. Your every breath brings shame to the ancestors of our art. My ancestors. You will pay for your insolence. Come. Oh, why are you running towards me, dickhole? Jesus. Got a fucking animal form, apparently. Shit. Come on now. shit. He's a big man. Fucking huge. Oh. Dude's gonna stomp me. Shit. Oh, come on. We're almost there. That was... actually got pretty close for him. He's a big boy. You've come far, my little chick. I dare say I could teach the dim one a lesson or I dare say you could teach the dim one a lesson or two. Spare or borrow the details. I have a reputation to uphold, after all. But it was rather exhilarating to fight on the same side for once. We really should do it again sometime. Till we meet again, exit our hero stage right. What's this you say? Karasu still lives? I knew that slippery bird had another trick up his sleeves. All wells that ends well, eh? Seems that Karasu fellow was a right bene cove after all. Reckon you're lucky to have a friend like him. Lucky? For all the trouble he puts us through, I would sooner have 1,000 arch-enemies. Ye be pleased to know we made short work of the Kage Kushi's army. Soon as we realized they was mostly smoke and mirrors, it weren't long afore we milled what was left of them. We couldn't have done it without you, Rex. You are the savior of our village. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And we can rest easy, knowing half of the Forbidden Scroll is safely back in our hands. But if the half Karasu gave Hanzo at the Isle of Beko was a fake, that means... Curse it all, that confounded crow! My duty is clear. I must pursue Karasu and recover the scroll. Tsuname, pray tell the elders I will be returning to Erosa for the foreseeable future. Do not mention Karasu's name. Remember, the official story is that the traitor is long since dead. Don't worry, Oboro. I will see that the elders leave you alone, as I always do. Sharpened up a bit, haven't ye, lad? Now, if you don't mind, I'll be taking the false scroll back with me to Limsa. Even if even that Hanzo couldn't whittle the difference, old Carvillian and the Krakens aren't likely to know any Beniar. Rex, Oboro, it was my honor to lend my blade to your cause. I wish I could have cut down a few more of Hanzo's henchmen, but oh well, I suppose one can't have it all. Now I must return home to... Hells, I forgot Nakagi. That poor fool's probably tearing up the realm upside down looking for me. I must be off, friends. The Mort keeps you on your toes, I'll give her that. And with that, I'd best be moving me do beaters as well. Then I too shall take my leave. My friends, it was ever an honor to fight by your side. Rax, if you are not in a hurry to return to your adventures, I would have a word with you. Please meet me at the storehouse upon your return to La Nasia. Let's take a break because I want want to take on some of these. I want to get some cards. Some cards over here I want. Like a fucking Pokemon collector.
Batroc calls to their
These
departing
cards.
friend. And the rest of the team divvy up Ampere's gear and continue to move through the city. Taskmaster tells them that they have to head to the river and take a boat.
Knows when
Good
I'll
guys
come
steal
back
boats?
here.
Mr. Fear asks. No, we commandeer them. Taskmaster nods, and behind them, the black goo begins to cover Ampere. Moving through the city, they round the corner to the site of the heroes for hire fighting against the symbiote monsters. Shouldn't we help them? We're on the same side now. Star asks as the group takes cover behind a car, but Mr. Fear shakes his head, explaining that the heroes would lock them up in a second if they get a chance. Mr. Fear's right, we gotta go around, Taskmaster says with a nod, and the group quickly crawls away from the action, moving through another side alleyway. We got company!
rules.
Batroc says, pointing up to one of the symbiote
Honestly
monsters
do.
above them. It's like a drippy Spider-Man. Star tells the group in disgust, and the monster launches itself at the group, attacking Mr. Fear. Taskmaster steps up with his Ampere-charged sword, cutting the monster's head off in a single blow. There's a man inside, Batroc says in wonder as the goo begins to flow out. So Taskmaster leans over the body, studying it. Yeah, it's like venom, he whispers, and Batroc looks at him in shock. There's a man inside of venom? He gasps. Taskmaster nods and explains about the symbiotes, and with a smile, Mr. Fear holds up the head of Ampere.
Son of
First time I've ever
bitch.
killed a guy twice, he says with a smile.
did
And
not
Taskmaster leans in to
mean to do
inspect the
that,
head.
but
I
sure.
killed him this time. New rule, don't let the goop touch you. He looks
Two
up, telling the
cards.
group that they are going to keep moving, but his eyes
hate these
widen in
rules.
fear
This rule
as he
set
looks back down the
is
street.
irritating.
Too late, Thunderbolts, run!
I just
He
don't
screams as a
understand
wave
that.
of symbiote monsters come
Oh,
roaring
and
at
we're
them.
doing
Ah,
Ascension?
Batroc could slow them down!
Oh, wait,
the
it's-
leaper
that's
shouts as
the
he
delay.
kicks out some of Ampere's gear. They keep running to the pier and they finally jump onto a boat,
right.
and as Taskmaster hotwires the ride, Mr. Fear cuts the boat free of the dock. Star turns back, seeing Batroc running for the pier. I'm going back for him, she shouts, but the villain reaches the end of the pier and leaps. His jump takes him
these
clear
fucking
across the
rules.
gap, and he lands on the deck of the
Every
boat with
fiber
ease.
of my being.
Batroc has returned. Do not thank me all at once. He does them with a smile, and suddenly everyone's weapons are aimed at his head. Did they touch you? Taskmaster says sharply. Batroc does not get touched unless he desires it, the Frenchman says with indignation. Gross, Mr. Fear whispers. A short time later, the team docks the boat at Ravenloft Island. They cross the courtyard, opening the door to the main building. Inside, they find Norman Osborn waiting for them. Thank goodness you made it, I was worried. Norman tells them with a smile.
Fucking fuck me with
Well,
this.
team, we're all dead. Mr. Fear frowns.
I just want it to be over.
As the Thunderbolts walk through Ravencroft, Taskmaster says that he really didn't miss this place. And Mr. Fear says that they're probably going to have to grab some inmates to replace their dead teammates. Taskmaster then looks at Norman calmly
piss me
walking and
off.
asks,
Not.
"What's the matter? You're not your usual psychotic
all
self." Norman
good.
says that he is just trying to be of some use to them. Mr. Fist told him that he was sending rescue, but he was expecting someone more capable. As Norman opens up the door to the security office, Mr. Fear walks in asking, "Did you speak to him?" The fat man said that he'd have a plan for. But at that
fiber.
moment, over the computer, Kingpin clears his throat. And Mr. Fear yells, "Hey! When I said fat man, I was actually talking about Blob." Kingpin asks, "Is Taskmaster dead?" And Mr. Fear tells him, "No." So Kingpin says, "Good. Taskmaster, hit Mr. Fear." Taskmaster punches Mr. Fear in the face, and Norman asks Kingpin, "What will you
Fuck
have
off.
us do
Damn
now?"
it.
Kingpin tells him, "For starters, don't ever get that close to the camera again." However, this next part will only be for Taskmaster and Norman. Everyone else leave. Taskmaster waves everyone out, stating, "You heard the man. Everyone who doesn't dress up like a goblin,
God
get the
damn
hell
it.
out."
I just want
As
it to be
everyone else
done.
leaves, Mr.
I
Fear
hate
sees
fucking
a cell and
Ascension.
asks,
I hate the
"Is
same
that you, Figment?"
rule.
Figment
I
comes to the
just-
door asking, "Mr. Fear,
just
I don't
hate it.
recognize you without the mask." Mr. Fear turns and asks Batroc if they can open up some of these doors. Figment here could join them.
Useless.
Batroc tells him, "No, our team already has an idiot." Mr. Fear walks over, putting his hands up, asking, "Are we gonna have a problem?" And Batroc stands there in silence, with Mr. Fear asking, "What are you doing?" And Batroc tells him, "I'm figuring out if I were to kill you, how I'd do it." With his arms still folded, Batroc kicks
Sucks.
upwards, lifting and pinning Mr. Fear against the wall by
least it's
his
over.
neck, telling him, "I would like to collapse your trachea and let you drown in your own blood." But then there's an explosion and Taskmaster runs out asking, "What did you idiots do?" Star says that she's pretty sure it wasn't
can it be
them.
all
Probably that
open
drippy
and
space dragon that's
chaos?
crawling in. And Taskmaster looks at them, "Screw this! Mask back on!"
chaos wins
If Kingpin
then.
wanted to enforce a dress code, he should have come to the dance. As everyone suits up, Taskmaster asks Norman, Are you sure you don't want to break out the old rags and join in? Norman tells him, no, I have to make sure the rest of the facility is secure. You can handle this one. As the prisoners are all becoming infected by the symbiotes, they begin to break out of their cells with Mr. Fear asking, do you remember when I mentioned recruiting some people and you acted like it was the dumbest idea ever? Null didn't think it was. Mid-kick, Batroc tells him, yes, the evil gothic spaceman agrees with you. You must be very proud, Mr. Fear. As everyone shoots, slices, kicks, and blasts their way through the horde of symbiotes, Taskmaster tells everyone, get ready, we're leaving this place, head to the garage. The prisoners who are not infected all begin to reach out of their cells. They begin to scream for help, and Star says that they should help them, but Taskmaster stops. You're kidding right now, right? They're psychos, and we have a job to do. She stands her ground, telling him, yeah, we're supposed to save people. After an awkward silence, Taskmaster stops. Fine, but we're talking about this later. A few moments outside, a bus slams into a deer, causing it to explode, and Batroc says, this is the worst job that I've ever had. Inside, Mr. Fear happily is driving, and Star asks, is this really our plan? And Taskmaster states, that's Norman's plan, unless you have something better. He should be giving off tremendous energy. Reach out with your powers, let it flow through you. Star asks if he's quoting Star Wars, and Taskmaster says, no, okay, yes. I really don't know how that magic rock that gives you powers works. Just go out there and try to find him. If you don't, the world ends. After Star reluctantly agrees, Taskmaster kicks her out of the back, stating, great, good luck. Back inside, Batroc asks, did you really just throw Madame out of the vehicle? And Taskmaster walks back to the front of the bus asking, are you really going the speed limit? There's no one outside. Mr. Fear says, look, I'm crazy, but not suicidal. The speed limit is the maximum allowed speed, and with larger vehicles, it's suggested to drive below that. But while the two begin to bicker about the speed limit, Batroc says, hey guys, you should probably stop the bus. As the bus shoots off the end of the broken highway, everyone slams against the windshield, and Batroc asks, shouldn't we be falling faster than this? Mr. Fear opens the door and looks under the bus. Hey, Blonchik caught the bus. Good job, Blonchik. Star struggles to hold the bus up, telling him, shut up and do not talk to me. This takes a lot of concentration, so screw off. After setting and turning the bus around, Star guides them to Jones Beach, and as everyone gets out, she says that she can feel energy coming from this way. It might be him. The group sees a pair of legs sticking out of the bushes, and Taskmaster tells Star to pull him out. Mr. Fear says, wait, is that the Sentry? As Star and Mr. Fear pull the lower half of Sentry out of the bushes, Taskmaster says that Null ripped him in half. Star says that they are so screwed, and Batroc says that he does not think Sentry is going to be of much help to them in a fight anymore. Taskmaster says they don't need him to fight. They just need to blow him up.
I don't even know that the computer understands.
Guy's got a lot of energy still inside of him. That's going to be an awfully big explosion. Star waits for a moment and then asks, how are we going to survive that? As the waves crash along the coastline, the symbiote crab skitters along. Suddenly, the crab is struck by Taskmaster's sword, and Fear sits up around the campfire, stating that this is boring. 5,000 bucks says that she can't find him. Just as the crab explodes, both Taskmaster and Batroc tell him that he has a deal. A few seconds later, Star jumps out of the water, gasping for air, and Fear quietly says, crap! Star makes her way up the beach, carrying the upper half of Sentry, stating that this is the grossest thing that anyone has asked her to do, ever. As Star tosses the torso next to the legs, Fear asks if they're going to fight against the guy who did this to Sentry. To the Sentry! Batroc then asks if their plan is based on the film Weekend at Bernie's. Taskmaster says that they're using the Sentry as a bomb, not making him dance. Fear sits down with the torso, using his hand to make Sentry talk, and says, we're a suicide team! And Star asks if anyone is going to do anything about how unbelievably gross this all is. A few moments later, back on the bus, Star looks at Fear's patchwork of taping Sentry back together, asking, was the suspenders really necessary? And Fear asks, are they too much? Dead Boy's already wearing a friggin' cape! Mr. Hyde then gets up, stating that he has a question. Now that they've acquired a fresh corpse for reasons, is there a reason why they are driving back towards the city that they almost died in? Taskmaster points at the window, stating that there is an evil orb floating in the sky. They're going to use Sentry to blow it up. Now sit back down. However, the drive back into the city hits a snag as the bus begins to overheat, quite possibly due to Batroc smashing into every symbiote that he sees. As the bus comes to a halt, Taskmaster tells the newly added passengers that they are all honorary Thunderbolts. Here's a little wave of a sword and congratulations. Grizzly asks, and what if I don't want to be a Thunderbolt? Fear tells him that the last guy who said that, we killed twice. However, it doesn't take long for the new recruits to begin dwindling away as Fool Killer is caught off guard and absorbed. Taskmaster sighs as he begins to cut his way through, asking, 10-1? I always knew Venom sucked. Just before his head could be bitten off, Star fires a blast, obliterating the symbiote, stating, come on, we have to hurry. Soon, a swarm of symbiotes come rushing in, and Star yells to everyone to get down. After a few seconds of charge, she fires off another blast, ripping the swarm in half. Fear gets up asking what the hell was that? You are terrifying! As Batroc and Taskmaster help her up, Star says that she really didn't know that she could do that. Just give her a few days and she'll be as good as new. A few moments later, while crossing the bridge, Star asks how is this supposed to work again? Taskmaster says, well, we all know the Sentry has the power of 1,000 exploding suns. Osborn said the energy is still stored in his body. It's a wavelength of pure light. We can trigger it with a blast from Star's power. It won't hurt her, but it might kill Null. Star says, okay, but if Sentry had the power to stop Null, why didn't he? And Taskmaster tells her, I don't know, probably because it involved him blowing himself up, which he wasn't really into, it seems. Taskmaster then kicks open a door leading to the top part of the bridge, telling Star that she's gonna have to fly over there. There's too many symbiotes between them to get them there in a reasonable amount of time. As the door flies open, Taskmaster yells for everyone to get in. He'll stay back and buy them some time. Just after everyone makes their way up top, Taskmaster ditches his post and calls Kingpin, stating that they're good to go. He's heading out. Kingpin says that the money is in his account, and I trust that we won't be seeing each other again, will we, Taskmaster? Taskmaster rips the disguise face off, stating, so long as the money is there, nobody will. But is this really going to work? Kingpin tells him that it's doubtful, but if something does happen to kill Null, he'll be able to show that he had some hand in it. Later, at the top of the bridge, Fear tapes Sentry's corpse to her back, and Star says to remind her to have a talk with Taskmaster about what holding them off means. Fear tells her that judging by all the symbiotes crawling their way up here, he's already long gone. Star gets ready to tell everyone to wish her good luck, but Fear tells her no.
Feel joy when it's
over. She says, okay, fair enough. But as she begins to fly upwards towards the big evil orb, there's a shunk from the stairway as a sword shoots through it. Taskmaster climbs up, telling everyone that they need to stop Star. If she detonates Sentry, it'll kill her. Fear sarcastically says, aw, shucks. And Taskmaster adds that it will kill them as well. And that's when Fear corrects himself. Oh, yeah, let's stop her. While a symbiote dragon is chasing Star, she blows it up, and Batroc yells a series of explicit comments before yelling, fine! Dogman, Cowman, please hold Gorilla Man still. As Grizzly and Manbull grab onto Hyde, Hyde asks what are they, but Batroc then begins to run, telling everyone, goodbye. And he jumps onto Hyde's face, launching himself into the air, reaching for Star. But by the time he catches up, it's too late, and Sentry explodes. Later at the press conference, Kingpin tells the world that the Thunderbolts are dead, but that they will remember them for how they were in their final moments. They were. But before he could continue, Batroc kicks open the door while everyone else walks in yelling, Bonjour, King of Pins! Kingpin laughs, stating, it's the Thunderbolts. How elated I am that you are not dead. Star asks, are you sure? Because you sent us on a damn suicide mission. Kingpin says, that is absurd. But how did you live? Taskmaster points at one of the prisoners, stating, meet Pigment. Figment tells him, no, my name is Figment. And Taskmaster ignores her, stating she can create illusions on a massive scale. Kingpin looks around, stating that the presence of Figment and Sentry's rotting corpse would lead him to believe that they did not actually blow anything up. Fear tells him, nope, but the voters don't know that because they're as dumb as you. Sir? Kingpin asks, so you betrayed me. So what now, revenge? You're going to kill me? And Batroc tells him, of course not. We're here for the money. Kingpin then asks, you wish to blackmail me? Very well. The money will be deposited into your accounts, plus an additional 50,000. Now you should make sure that I never see any of you again. Taskmaster tells him, oh no, you misunderstand. That's just the first week, assuming some real heroes do manage to save the world in the next few days. Because the week after, the Thunderbolts are ready to get back to work. With the Forever Gate finally under control, the Fantastic Four take to 4th Yancey Street to try and restore its remains back into the normal world. As everyone gathers in the streets, Reed says that if his calculations are correct, the spatial compensator will decompress things at a phenomenal rate. He takes a deep breath and he says, here we go, activating the compensator. Within seconds, the building at 4th Yancey Street begins to unfold from its miniature form. Thing watches as the building settles in and laughs, stating that it's good that it's working, because it'd be kind of hard to go back home and kick up your feet if you ain't got no home to come back to. Reed begins to tell him that he did his best to try and restore the old girl to her original specifications, but they won't know if the inside survived until they go in. Everyone quickly heads inside of their home base to see if the restoration did in fact bring everything back, except for Johnny's room, which he is distraught that all of his stuff is gone. Sky tells him it's all right, they can get him new things. In fact, why don't they go do that now? They could even make a date out of it, Johnny. A short while later, over in Soho, Johnny walks out of the clothes store stating that these are currently the only clothes that he has that don't have a giant 4 on them. Might need to get some more. Sky laughs, agreeing, and soon all the people in the neighborhood begin to walk up to her stating hello and asking for small favors. Sky says to hang on. How could she have made so many friends after only being on Earth for a couple of weeks? And she smiles, telling him that she made a life for herself here. This is her neighborhood now, and she is their local superhero. And now that they're soulbound, they can share all of these wonderful and amazing things together. Johnny asks if she's okay with all of that, though. She had to say goodbye to all of her friends and family, even her birds. She tells him it's not like she won't see them again. Besides, she's made plenty of new friends here, and new bird friends. Watch. She begins to tweet out, calling to the nearby pigeons, when suddenly one of them slams into something invisible. Johnny shouts, asking if that's really her, and Sue appears, stating that one hit her right in the head. Johnny asks what she's doing here. Are you spying on us? And Sue tells him that she is just looking out for him. Somebody has to. This whole soulmate thing, it's crazy. Johnny begins to yell that she's had it out for Sky since day one. She never even spied on him like this when he was dating Dory Evans or Crystal or Frankie Ray. Sue says no, she didn't do that he knows of. But before Johnny could respond, Sky points up, yelling that something is happening. Everyone looks up to see the black goop raining from the sky, and Johnny yells, "That's the end of the world! Dragons! It's raining space dragons!" Sue radios in asking if they're seeing this, and Reed tells her yes. They will regroup so that they can fight whatever is going on, and Sue asks where are they now. And as a giant flaming 4 appears in the sky, Sue flies up to Reed asking what is happening. Reed states that according to Captain America, this is a Venom-related problem. A being called Null, an ancient god of the symbiotes, is attacking. Johnny shouts that maybe Sky can help them. She can talk to flying things, maybe even flying space dragons? Thing then tells them both to pipe down. This is an all-hands-on-deck situation. Put your game face on, it's clobbering time! The team quickly jumps into the fray to help with the other heroes, but Reed jumps back into the hover car, stating that he might have an idea on how to stop this. You all just need to hold on. As Reed leaves, a giant wave of black goo crashes down at everyone, forcing Sue to put up her shields. She looks
Thank
around,
God.
seeing that her shield wasn't large enough to protect the other heroes. But before she could beat herself
I've had enough
up,
of
she
that
sees
shit.
Johnny and Spider-Man off in the distance. Sue yells to be careful and not let any of the goop touch you. But as Johnny
Another
tells Spidey to
cargo.
leave, Johnny releases an explosion, leaving nothing behind. She calls out to Johnny, but she doesn't get an answer. She then returns to Reed, but Sky flies in asking what happened, where's Johnny? Sue says she doesn't know, she lost track of him. They
Alright,
need to get back
looks
to the
clear.
lab but Sky tells her to wait. She can feel
I
Johnny
like
is still
me
there.
having a
He's
collection
cold,
of
hurting,
cards.
struggling,
That's how it's
darkness
done.
all around him, and he's alone.
My old
Sue yells to
card
knock it off with her soul bonding
card
nonsense. Her
collection.
magic love bond can't
Almost
bring
got the
Johnny
first
back.
page done.
If she wants to help, they need to leave. But Johnny and Sky being soul bond isn't just something that they
cards.
state. It means that they are bound to each other. As Johnny was beginning to get taken over by the symbiotes,
Like
so
barely
does
scratched
Sky.
the surface
As the
for as
symbiote
much as I
covers her,
played.
she lunges at Sue, stating that they need to spend more time together. Do some bonding! Sue quickly turns invisible to escape, but Sky screeches, bringing Sue back, knocking her to the ground below. Sue then falls into a puddle, and Sky rushes down. She asks, how could she have left her brother to such a fate? Sue tells her to zip it as a force field forms around Sky's head, but Sky breaks it with her calls, summoning all of the new nearby dragons. As the
I gotta
swarm
check on my
surrounds her, Sue
soldiers.
begins to think of something, and that's what she remembers, that the only thing that seemingly stopped these things
Gotta be
was
done with the
Johnny's Nova
missions by
Blast.
now.
She pulls out a small device, triggering it, releasing a blast large enough to keep Sky and the dragons away. She hurries, escaping to 4th Yancey Street with Reed, telling him that she was wrong about so many things today,
That little
and now
freak.
Johnny is one of them. Reed tells her it's going to be okay, but that's when Thing yells over the comms, asking, "Yo, where is everyone?" Sue responds that they are back on Yancey Street, and they could really use some help. Thing tells them, "Sure, I'll be right there." But what they don't see is that Thing has already been
2
controlled by
hours.
Null's
God
influence.
damn.
He's on
All
his
right,
way
never mind.
to take out the Fantastic
That's
Four.
what I know.
The city is destroyed, covered in the black goo, and the boy cries in the backseat of his car. His parents are in front. The windshield is cracked, and the dashboard is covered in their blood. They're dead. Brock! The symbiote hiss. Dylan! They call as they peer through the glass at the boy. The windows crack and the glass scatters as the symbiotes reach in for him, pulling him clear. Riot, Agony, Lasher, Phage, Children of Venom, Children of Null. Help me! The boy screams as Lasher pulls him in close, opening up his toothy mouth to eat the young boy. What do we have here? A family reunion? Scream calls, her hair wrapping around Lasher's throat, lifting him into the air. The child is
Level
not for
39
you!
Fisher.
She shouts as she throws him aside. The symbiotes snarl at her for forsaking her own kind to help the humans, and they begin to merge, becoming a multi-headed symbiote monster. A gaping mouth that opens up in the monster's chest has the voice of Null, and he calls out, "There you are! Still hiding behind your children, I see!" Scream hisses at him. A chuckle can be heard from Null. "You are
37.
vexing, child. I wondered when our paths
I
might
might
cross
have
again.
stuff he can wear
Time to
now.
return to the hive, where you rightfully belong." But Scream's hallmark is heat and fire. "Never!" She snarls as she launches an attack at the monster. The creature
Yes,
bellows
ma'am.
in pain but recovers quickly, attacking her with a whip of teeth. It throws her into the nearby car before
Where's
leaping on her. "This
37.
planet has made you weak. Your host has made you weak. All of you. Every symbiote on this rock." Null snarls,
Get
the
my
monster
people
reaching
kitted
down,
out
beginning to absorb
correctly.
and devour Scream, making her a part
Start
of the
with him.
hive once
37.
again. Yes! He screams in triumph, but suddenly he stops, screaming in pain as light begins to break through his skin. It explodes into a shower of light and fire, and when the smoke clears, Scream stands alone, walking over to the boy who is still cowering in fear. "It's okay. I won't hurt you," Scream tells him as the symbiote shifts away from her face.
able to-
"I'm Auntie. You're safe now, and I've got you."
Use my
She
script
tells
for
the boy
this.
as she
Although,
takes his hand.
should
They
already
walk
have
away, unaware of the
There's a
symbiote
cheaper
slithering
armors
into the
on these.
sewer behind them. Meanwhile, over at
There
Ravenloft
it is.
Institute, guards
Level
patrol the
20. Why
perimeter,
couldn't we
making
wear
small
it?
talk in the quiet of the night when suddenly one guard shines his light into the sky, yelling a curse as a black dragon descends from the sky.
he should have been
Dragons,
able to
we
wear
got
some
him!
of
He
that.
begins turning to his partner, but the other guard has already run, fleeing inside. The man hits the ground as the dragons collide with him. The symbiote begins to slither, moving through Ravenloft quickly. The guards keep running further into the basement. The time is now. God is no longer coming. God is... The guard screams as he opens up a door to a hidden chamber, revealing
what
the
the
image
heck?
of Null
What's up with that?
leaning over a dead body. "God is here!" Null bellows, and the guard falls to his knees, telling his god that he has merely come to prepare the body for Null's arrival, so that the cult can begin the resurrection process, the
'cause
guard
it's
says, but Null
faction
leans
locked.
over the body with a smile. "No need, my child. Do you know who this man is? Do you truly know?" The guard nods,
That
telling him that
sucks.
this is Cortland Cassidy, the world's first serial killer. Null raises up smiling. "None spread more darkness than he did. Now, after all of these centuries, he will serve me once again in a new capacity," Null says, and he opens up his mouth, vomiting forth another
Alright, well,
symbiote
I'm
that
not
begins
gonna
to
worry about
twist
it right
around
now.
the body. He orders Cassidy to rise. "Arise, plague!" Null commands, and as Null
I'm
takes his
spending
leave, he asks
script
the guard if he's willing to give for their cause. The
that
guard
sucks
begins to
that your
cough as
retainers
plague
are
begins to
locked
suck
behind
the
that
life
grand
force out of his
company.
body, becoming stronger. "It's good to be back," Plague sighs. The guards enter the chamber, leveling their weapons at the new monster. But before they can fire, the life force is sucked
There
out
we
of
go.
their bodies as well, and they
Nice
fall to the floor.
price for it.
My,
Let
the
me
people
check
of this
that.
century are rather
Yeah,
tasty.
54,
I do believe I'm going to enjoy it here. Plague bellows of joy when suddenly claws rake across the monster's back. He turns, seeing the great werewolf standing before him. "That depends. You into getting your throat ripped out by a space werewolf? Then yeah." Jameson snarls, but Jameson begins to cough as Plague sucks the life out of him. A powerful fist hits him from behind, and Plague turns to see Misty Knight standing behind him now. "A woman with a metal arm. Surely this is a wonderful world I've awoken to." Plague snarls, but they both begin to fall as Plague continues to suck the life force out of them as well. The guards begin to flood into the room, and Plague looks around at them all.
Very high
More of you?
level.
I would stay and drain each of you to the bone, but alas, time is of the
can
essence,
spend
and my
30,000.
lord demands my presence elsewhere. For it is time I avenged my bloodline. Plague shouts, and in a flash of light, he disappears. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I hate this place, Misty says as she climbs to her feet, but Jameson stands as well, telling her that this isn't just a Ravencroft problem anymore. Notify our superiors. We have a new target. From the depths of space, a darkness has enveloped the world, driving humanity into a state of new madness. Though as Dagger, she carries the shards of light. She's beginning to feel her powers pale in comparison in the midst of complete darkness. This is not a mere absence of light, rather, the soul of humanity is being torn from its chassis. Good versus evil is a primal concept in the universe, one that has maintained a unique balance since the beginning of time. Now, they find themselves on the precipice of change. For some in the city, the darkness is the invitation to release the pain that swells within. And since Null has arrived with his symbiote horde, chaos has reigned in the streets. It's at that moment that Cloak and Dagger have seen it firsthand. But as the world has seemingly spiraled into the void, there's something that concerns Dagger more than that. That the symbiote effect has changed Cloak. He was never the warmest, but something within him has grown outright cold. His psi-link, the mental connection that connects them, has been severed by Null's dark psychic energy, and she has no idea what he's feeling or what he's about to do. As Cloak disappears, he reappears on the street, and Dagger notices two men about to attack him. She leaps down, stopping the men, but as Cloak looks back, he unleashes the terrors of the Dark Force dimension on the attackers. There has always been pain in this world, but hope tempered despair. And as the men fell, Dagger called out to Cloak, telling him to wait. Why did he do that? She had them down. Cloak continues
So I
walking,
can't
stating that she
do it
didn't
by
have
item
them
level.
down far enough. But as the two get closer to the police, the officer says that by their getup, he's going to assume that they are Cloak and Dagger. Dagger tells him, yes, what's going on? And the officer tells them that they have a situation 3 blocks east.
Whatever.
Bank robbery, SWAT, and tactical have been overrun. Without saying a word, Cloak disappears and then reappears, releasing the horrors on the bank robbers and continues on his way. Cloak then walks into a church and Dagger quickly runs in,
17,000.
asking what is going on. Cloak drops the robbers on the floor, telling her that she is the only person that he ever trusted, and that he is no longer the person that she has known. When she was on the streets, he would hide in the churches, but he wasn't looking for shelter. He was trying to make sense of the world, and Dagger says that maybe the world isn't supposed to make sense. And Cloak asks, where does he find the hope then? How will they defeat this? Dagger holds out her hand, casting a light, telling him within, no matter how crazy things get, there will always be light, and he just has to let her in, and they just have to keep the faith. The light begins to radiate around them, banishing the darkness, and as it fades, Cloak says that after Null, the world will never be the same. Right and wrong no longer means what it did when they began this journey. Dagger says that they can adjust to life however it manifests. And a few moments later, the officer from before walks in, stating that it looks like those men won't be robbing any banks anytime soon. Looks like it's going to be a long night though. Cloak tells her yes, but there's a bright side. Whatever comes, they'll be facing it together. Next up, we have
for the
Toxin,
picture.
another of the symbiotes. In the Lincoln Tunnel, the trail between New York and New Jersey, an Alchemex transport gets turned over and a brood breaks free,
39.
slaughtering all of the officers so that it can try to contain the creature. But as Toxin watches, he says that they could be spending their weekend doing better things, Bren. Bren asks if he's complaining. He
Yeah, I
thought
gotta
that they'd
get
be
the-
excited to be getting out. And Toxin asks, have we been to a cult ritual? I'd be happy to just be alive. For so long, I was barely burnt toast. So little left. Even Lord God Null didn't care enough to save me. But they saved me. I'm healthier now, meatier, and full of opinions. Bren then says that his opinion is that the people are terrified and they might be able to help. Don't they care? Toxin stops him. Wait. There it is, your conscience. Hard to hear it over all the gunfire. You ready, Bren? Toxin jumps off the ceiling, punching the brood, and then the brood just knocks him away. Toxin says, okay, and he throws his tendrils into the brood's head, slamming him into the wall. And as Toxin gets ready to end the brood tells him to go ahead. They've had
Perception is
worse.
what you want for
Toxin
a good
pauses.
ad.
What? The Brood pulls himself out of the wall, telling him that Alchemex cut him up. He's human. Well, he was human. There's Brood marrow in his bones. The pain, every day a new surgery. Can't even talk anymore, not like he did. It's been months. Now, could you stop my escape? Toxin tells Bren that he hates to admit it, but they might be fighting the wrong people. And then a voice says, "You call this a fight?" An armored man punches Toxin with enough force to launch him to the other side of the street. The man then says that they call him the Guardsman. Alchemex security, built to beat symbiotes. Toxin lunges back asking, "They got security?" "Because all I see is canned meat." But Bren tells him that the punch hurt. "Are you sure you can back up that talk, Toxin?" Guardsman pulls his arm back, telling him, "Your god rained alien crap from the sky, blocked out our sun. Your kind hit us hard. But New York always hits back, alien, and Alchemex is here to help." As the Guardsman punches the ground, he creates a small sinkhole, trapping Toxin, and Toxin says that is some tough talk from Little Green Man. The Guardsman fires a blast, asking, "Little? Does this seem little? Does it?" As the smoke clears, Toxin isn't anywhere to be found. And across the city, Toxin swings through, stating that Alchemex has always been hot for symbiotes, but stuffing humans full of alien guts is a new disgusting low. Bren tells him not to mention hiring armored enforcers. That Guardsman nearly fried us. Toxin climbs into Bren's room, asking, "What? That was playground stuff. Worried Dad would get mad that you were fighting?" Bren yells that he doesn't even have his learner's permit yet. He's never been in a fight, and trust him when he says that his dad would be proud if he was. Probably buy him a steak dinner. Toxin asks, "Was it the punches to the face that you're stuck on?"
Yeah.
"Because I can tell you all about my family." At that moment, the front door slams closed, and Bren tells Toxin to be quiet. Does he think that anyone could tell? Toxin asks, "What? About your new bad best friend?" And Bren tells him, "No, my malignant passenger." Toxin calls it out. "Wow, that hurt. Not dying in a fire hurts. But I'll be writing a long entry into my alien diary." At that moment, Bren's father calls out that he is home from work. He fit 16 hours into 6 on this one. And as Bren opens the door, he sees his father wearing the Guardsman armor, telling him that he had one hell of a day. Dylan leans over his father's dead body, a tear in his eyes. And outside, Sue Richards and Blade fight against the growing horde of symbiotic monsters. Aided by Blade's vampire army, Sue yells over the comms at her husband, telling him that he has to hurry. "I can't keep the shield up forever," she shouts. Reed nods, turning back to the young Dylan, the boy who might be their only hope. But he's still distraught. Spider-Man leans over him, telling the young boy that he doesn't have to do this if he doesn't think he can. And Reed and Logan turn back to the monitors that show the remaining heroes. "We all have our missions. Above all, protect Dylan. He's the key to freeing our allies and the world," he tells them before turning back to Dylan with a sad look on his face. "Everyone ready?" he asks gently. Dylan nods, rubbing the tears out of his eyes. "My dad died. I need to hurt something," he tells the group angrily, and in a matter of moments, the heroes are throwing themselves against the symbiote horde, trying to clear a path for Dylan. As the heroes fight, one of the symbiotes gets close to Dylan, but the boy waves his hands, using his strange powers to blast that symbiote off its host. Dylan suddenly turns, though, seeing the symbiotic Captain America. "You think you can defeat me, boy? You are nothing compared to us. We will devour the planet!" Cap snarls at him, and he throws his mighty shield. But Dylan raises his hand, and he blasts the symbiote goo off of him. "Sorry, Cap. I'm gonna need to borrow this." Dylan tells the hero. Cap leaps over him, and Dylan knows that Null is in the hero's mind. "I hope you can feel this," Dylan snarls as he blasts the symbiote off of Cap. Above the city, Null screams in pain, looking down. "I see you! Finally! There you are, child!" he says with a smile. On the ground, Cap comes to as a massive symbiote fist comes crashing down on him and Dylan. "I can't push him back. I'm sorry," Dylan whispers to Cap, and suddenly a bolt of lightning cracks out of the sky, tearing through the giant fist. "No, that power, familiar, but how?" Null snarls, and he looks up to see Thor floating above him. "It's called lightning. You would do well to become accustomed to it, villain," the Thunder God states, and he lands next to Dylan, asking the boy how may he help. "Just have my back. I could do this. A little thunder would help too," Dylan tells him as he attacks another symbiote. "That I can provide, Thor tells him with a smile as lightning crackles in his eyes. The battle is fierce, the Thunder God covering Dylan as the boy pulls the symbiotes off of the host. Finally, Null has had enough, slamming into the street in front of the heroes. You! He bellows in anger, and Thor steps in front of the boy. Dylan, behind me. He orders. You're the one that they call Null. Yes, I recall drunkenly killing one of your dragon pets once. Thor taunts the god. Null smiles, telling Thor that he is the god of darkness, the god of the abyss, and Thor tells him, quiet! Interrupting him. I am the last person that you will impress with your pitiful titles, so you may as well stop now. So you're a god, a king, good for you. Thor tells Null as he launches himself at him. Now allow me to teach you what those words truly mean, Thor says as he swings his hammer. Null dodges, slashing the god across the chest, throwing him back to the earth. He grabs Thor, slamming his head against the ground, choking him. Dylan runs up to help, but Null swats him aside with a backhand. Dylan hits the ground and the black goo begins to grab at him, but he can't stop them. There are too many. Null is too strong. Get off! Thor shouts angrily as he kicks Null away. Don't you see? You can't stop me. The world is mine! Null grins as Dylan is now covered in symbiotes, but Thor floats in the air. Mjolnir begins to glow and crack with energy. Nay, Midgard is under my protection. I have killed hundreds like you. All of them claimed to be the one true death, the living void, the end. And to that I say, I am King Thor Odin's son, god of thunder and lightning, and protector of every world within this realm. Thor bellows as he lifts his hammer. And when I say it ends, I have had enough. He cries out with anger. Mjolnir swings mightily, cracking Null across the jaw, with the sound of thunder rumbling in the skies. His jaw flies free of his body, landing nearby. Null hits the ground, his tongue swinging freely out of his mouth. The world will burn for that. Null hisses as the symbiote goo forms another jaw for him. He points up into the sky, and Thor turns. The celestials' eyes beginning to glow, and they turn to look at the thunder god. Thor prepares to leap into the sky as they open fire on the city, but Null grabs him, stabbing him in the back with a symbiote blade. You know the pain of all black, don't you? Well, now you have the honor of being killed by its creator. Null snarls as Thor screams in pain. On the radio, Reed is yelling for anyone that can hear him, but it's Tony that breaks through, telling the other genius scientist to calm down. How do you expect to fight two Celestials, Tony? Reed asks, and Tony steers his symbiote dragon through the skies, explaining to Reed that since Dylan freed of Null's hive, they've been getting along, and they slam into the Celestial. How am I gonna beat a Celestial? I'm not. Tony tells Reed as he and the symbiote begin to take over the cosmic being. I'm gonna make it my new favorite armor. Tony says with a smile. The Celestial turns, slamming its fist into another Celestial. On the ground, Null looks at Dylan, who is now trapped in his symbiotes. I am the only family that you have now.
Oops.
Come with me. Let us talk, my son. Null tells the boy, and Dylan screams, and on the ground, Thor gasps in pain, the sword still sticking through him. He looks up at his two ravens. Hugin, Munin, swiftly, find him! He gasps to the magical birds, and they turn speeding through the air in a blur. And in moments, they've passed into the galaxy, looking for Null's opposite. Streaking across the cosmos, the Silver Surfer is coming. And so the dread hand of fate falls once again upon Dane Whitman, the Black Knight, as he secures the armor and sets out to dispatch the sly serpent of evil. Nay, not a serpent, but a dragon. Technically more of an alien super predator, but you get the idea. Up in the clouds, the knight swings the cursed ebony blade mounted on his third best flying steed, as the two previous had already been overthrown. But the knight dismounts his third trusted friend to turn the dark edge of his blade against evil. evil, though the evil alien super predator easily shakes the hero off, sending him barreling to the world below. In hindsight, the knight's preparations were a bit hasty on his departure. The knight gracefully flails, driving the blade into the beast's skin, and that is when he sees the true evil ahead, the one known as Null. However, this attack is not one that was unwanted. In fact, Null can see into the valiant knight's heritage, bearing witness to all of those who have held the sword before him. The blade was forged of a starstone, a half-demon Merlin seeking a warrior pure enough to endure its thirst. Null cares not of the shame that the predecessors brought, but he seeks the blade itself, and the sword wants to be found. The knight tries to pull his blade back from the foul beast, but as he does, both he and the blade once again fall to the earth. He shouts a war cry that is akin to a small child screaming, and that is when the fates would smile and send a beautiful maiden to his side. The knight asks with what manner does she have the ability to fly, and the woman introduces herself as Arrow, welcoming him to her home of Shanghai. Arrow has heard many tales of Black Knight's adventures, like how he was once an Avenger, but was kicked out because his sword makes him go all murdery and is kind of super crazy pants psycho. Dane tells her that he is on a quest, one sent to him by Tony Stark himself, and Arrow smiles, stating that she also happens to be on her way to see the same man. However, she couldn't possibly leave her home before vanquishing the terrible demons that are plaguing the area. Suddenly, a beast strikes, but it is not the knight who stops it, but a boy armed with a sword seemingly similar to the ebony blade. The young man is Lin Lai, who also happens to be on a quest, but not from Tony Stark. He also happens to know all about the Black Knight and his quality traits. As heir to the sword of Fu Chi, Lin sets out to bring down the one known as Chi Yu. Both Arrow and Lin do their best to keep the otherworldly creatures at bay, but the Black Knight knows that he is too much help. He holds his arm out, calling, commanding the ebony sword to return to his hand, because sometimes commanding it really shows the sword who's boss. The knight steadies his breathing and he focuses, and that's when the sword comes to him, but not the ebony blade, known as the sword of Fu Chi. Perplexed, the knight looks at the sword and Lin demands that his sword be returned. However, Dane knows that this is not an ordinary sword, and he will use it to fell Null and retrieve the ebony blade, which happens to be somewhere in the direction that he's pointing. Another beast attacks, and using the ancient sword, the knight strikes it down with one blow. Lin shouts his concern that a crazy psycho-American is not fit to wield such a sword, but the Black Knight tells him, nay, he is not a psycho. He should read the Reddit. All that dark stuff comes from the ebony blade. And so Dane swings his newly acquired sword to finish off the slithering creature, again and again and again. Arrow pleads with him to stop. The monster is already dead and he keeps stabbing it, as well as a car and a building. But it is not over. The slimy flesh liquefies, attempting to flee. The knight brings the sword down, but this time it's different. Null wanted him to strike it, for this sword too was also star-forged. Another world ender. Though this time, Null speaks and he can see into the knight's bloodline, for the knight knows not what he wields. The knight's bloodline did not contain those worthy with the purity that holds the blade. Merlin lied. The first knight, Sir Percy, was chosen for his weakness. An angry man, a depressive man, a man beset by voices. Their legacy was chosen so that the ebony blade would only be wielded by its mightiest potential, by those impure of heart. Two imperfect halves, two incomplete articles united to form a berserker in black. That is why he must have it. It belongs to him. Now open your eyes and see how pure you really are, Dane. The knight does just that to see the flames cast by the sword of Fu Chi, not only burning the wicked creatures, but also himself. The sword then returns to its rightful owner, however the quest does not end. Arrow notices that Null himself has appeared as a giant manifestation of Chi Yu. Null reaches for the ebony blade perched high up on the building, but this blade too returns to its owner. Only the Black Knight is wary of the blade's intentions. As the knight struggles with his own inner demons, the two recruits take arms and they attack. Lin carelessly comments that if that is what the Avengers have to offer, he wants no part of it. Arrow explains that the knight is just going through some stuff. It's just a different culture. It's not about being perfect. That's the goal, not the journey. Didn't Tony Stark say something about accepting your own flaws, then doing the right thing? The Black Knight hears these words, and here, at last, as unavoidable as 'tis unbearable, lies the ghastly truth the Black Knight already knew. He senses the darkness aslumber in his breast. He always knew that beneath the armor trembles a man swift to anger, a mind not given to grudges. He is a man. He is an imperfect man. Oh, pitiful knight, look upon thee, true heroes, champions of light. Could it be that they speak the truth? That the truest feat is not to vanquish thy demons, but to own them? Just then a beam is launched from the blade into Null's head. Null shouts, "How dare you turn the darkness against me? I am the darkness!" But now, with the power of the ebony blade flowing through him, the Black Knight lunges at the heart of the beast, killing it in one swift blow.
Cool.
Lynn stands in awe. The Black
That
Knight
all
did
sorted
it.
out?
He isn't just some super crazy pants psycho. He killed Null. Dane says nay, it was just an avatar. The real Null is still out there. Even the ebony blade won't be enough. Not on its own. He would like to thank them both. Their words struck true, and they are a credit to the, global heroing community? Or something. Arrow asks if he'll come to New York. Tony Stark's message said to go there. And the Black Knight then says, "Verily, let us be off to New York." As the lands of Wakanda are ravaged by the ever-growing scourge of the symbiote dragons, Black Panther flies above it all trying to formulate a plan. But there isn't anything that he can do. Not now, at least. Black Panther rockets into the ground, telling everyone to stealth. They must retreat for now. We cannot save the fallen, but by Bast's teeth, no more will fall. As the warriors rally around, Black Panther releases a blast, knocking all of the nearby symbiotes away, saving as many as he can. Back in Biranzana, Shuri looks over their defenses and sees that the outer shields have been breached in several locations, and that the symbiotes are flooding in. They do not have the numbers to fight back this infection. Their best option is to gather as many survivors as they can and run. Okoye says that there are too many to just run, and then a voice tells Shuri that there is always another way, and Black Panther walks in. She hugs him but notices that he is alone. She asks him where is Storm, and after a short pause he tells her, Aurora is no longer a factor. Now, we will open up the prototype vault, number 14. Nothing in the others will be useful. Our people must be brought to the city's shelters, protected from the invaders. You will lead the operation personally. Shuri asks if that's not a job for him.
Here.
And Okoye says that they must stand and fight the creatures. An organized military response
At long
now.
last.
But Black Panther stops her. Shuri will protect the people. She will pilot the hand of the Bast. Shuri yells that they can't, but Black Panther walks off stating, "We have lost more than half of our forces getting here. The vibranium alloy armor isn't enough to keep the creature's infections at bay." A screen appears showing one of Null's dragons flying over a city, and Black Panther goes on stating, "The dragon is a plague storm. It transforms all animal life in its wake into the creatures invading Wakanda, who, in return, transform and kill all that they can. This is happening all over Africa, all over the world. This is Wakanda's fate if the enemy's progress cannot be stopped. The shield will not protect us. The invaders exploited a frequency variance in order to get here. Added power makes no difference. The shield can only slow them down, not stop them. There is no time for debates. You must do as I say. You must trust that I have a plan to save us. Trust in me." As Black Panther and Okoye leave, Shuri heads into the vaults, telling the computer that they will be opening up Vault 14. Begin preparations. She then puts on a necklace and sets down a small object and begins to chant. Over in Biran Bashanga, Sel yells to her warriors that they must form a wall. Protect the people! One of the warriors holds, stating that there are too many of them. How can they hope to hold them all? Shuri flies down with one of her dolls, stating that they will because they must, for they are Wakanda. But while everyone continues to hold back the swarm of symbiotes, Black Panther gets to work in his lab, using the molecular structure
Alright, take a break, Ben. Ah, Rax, thank you for coming. I've been reflecting on recent events and contemplating what it means to walk the path of the shinobi. I know you to be the contemplative sort as well, so I would share with you my thoughts. When I first came to Erosia, I thought of only fulfilling the duty entrusted to me by my elders. It would be no master in combat, and slew him. Oh, you bitch. Who told you to do that? Always during a cutscene, too. Right. Well, okay, Benny, you're back.
The aliens
Just
that
smoke
Eddie
a bowl
Brock
about it.
provided, he should be able to create something. However, the dragon in Biren Bashanka begins to rain down more of its goop onto Shuri's dolls, converting them. Black Panther radios to Okoye, asking if she's ready, and she tells him, yes, is it time? Black Panther says yes, and in a few seconds, the projection that is the hand of Bast bursts through the ground, biting into the dragon. Okoye says that she prays that this will be enough, but Black Panther continues to work, stating that the hand of Bast was built to kill the Phoenix. She is born to protect Wakanda. But while Okoye takes on the dragon back in Black Panther's lab, the now infected Shuri breaks through the doors. She looks at her brother and demands him to see her, to see what he did to her. He gave her to Null. As Shuri lunges, Black Panther steps out of the way, firing a sonic blast and narrowly missing. Shuri asks if this is his final weapon, Claw's sonic emitter. Even if it did hit her, it's too small, too weak. Black Panther leaps out of the hole in the wall that he created, stating, I know. She follows him outside, grabbing him. Null is better than all of them. Null came before magic, before science, before life. Black Panther swipes at her to free himself, clawing his way up to one of the nearby statues, telling her, You are not my sister! You may be a powerful entity, but you do have vulnerabilities. She chases, screaming, Null will eat you, as he has eaten your beloved and your sister.
This is not a great story.
Will eat the world. Black Panther activates the emitter again, pointing it towards the sky, stating, I think not. Goodbye, Null. As the sonic blast hits the shield, it acts as an amplifier, releasing a shockwave powerful enough to rip the symbiotes off of everyone. The blast travels far and wide and is even powerful enough to pierce a hole in Null's dome surrounding the world. The sun begins to shine, and Shuri gets up asking if it worked. Is Wakanda? Black Panther helps her up, telling her, yes, Wakanda is forever. A week later, after Deadpool saved Elsa Bloodstone from the Bone Beast dimension, Deadpool explains to his roundish table that there are some bad things going on in the world, and it has to do with some nonsense that has nothing to do with us, but the world has been enveloped in some creepy black...
Alright, share your thoughts with me, Oboro. Yeah, sole purpose. Slew him for his treachery. Even after that, I remained here in Erosia to follow my own sense of duty. But even though I believed in the path I had chosen, in my heart of hearts, a part of me was unsure. Is my true home not my village? Is my true duty not to the brothers and sisters I left behind? I have pondered this time and again. The story of Master Sasuke as told by the old hermit, and at long last it is clear to me. Master Sasuke could have returned home after freeing the people of Doma from the tyrant's reign. In fact, one could say it was his duty to do so. Instead, he chose to remain there and founded the village where I was raised. This was not his duty, at the very least, not a duty tasked to him by his master, Hanzo I, but rather a cause he took up of his own accord. In this sense, I cannot blame the descendants of Kage Kakushi from viewing him little more than a dishonorable renegade worthy of scorn. Nevertheless, Master Sasuke was willing to forsake his legacy and the recognition of his people to follow a path he truly believed in. I have no intention of abandoning my village entirely, but I too would follow in my ancestors' footsteps, in my own humble way. My first mission I have given myself is to track down Kurasu and bring the stolen scroll back to the village where it belongs. He is ever an elusive bird, and the task will not be easy, but I welcome the challenge. But forgive me, Rex. I have rambled on long enough. You have proven yourself to be a true shinobi, and more than that, a true friend. I look forward to the day when we can stand together once more. About time. Curious to see how that new power works. Fighting alongside your friends opened your mind. This concludes the ninja quest for Final Fantasy 14 Stormblood. In order to undertake the next, you must meet the requirements. Shadowbringers. So that's the next expansion I've yet to go into, I believe. Yep. No. Right. Let's see. I have some time to do a few dailies here. Tell me about Deadpool.
Black goo. It looks suspiciously like some Venom shenanigans, but I'm being told that it's a guy calling himself the King in Black, which apparently they let any jackass just call himself king these days. Ugh. Anyway, all this black goo, it's almost like we never left the stupid Bone Beast dimension. Am I right? Nightwolf asks, what does any of this have to do with them? And Deadpool tells him, nothing. I'm just saying that I was just there. This book was covered in black goo for 3 issues. Here in the final issue of this series, and it's more black goo. The problem that we're facing is that we're not fancy schmancy New York, but we're really close to it. So if we're going to get caught in the worst crossfire ever, Jeff jumps up to reveal a rope on a drape, revealing all of Deadpool's monster cards. And Deadpool says, the bad guy seemingly forgot. We have an island full of freaking monsters. All we gotta do is pick the best. Everyone looks around and Nightwolf says, but we are the best. Deadpool shrugs, we could do better. This is a tie-in event, man. It's go big or go home.
I've done too many of these to give a shit to pretend like these matter.
Some of which are actually useful, some of which not so much. Like Snowman, who only has one snow-related pun. He's obviously in. And with a carefully picked team that only has the addition of like 3 more than he already had, Deadpool sets off with his army of monsters. Before leaving, one of the citizens stomps him, stating that they have no idea what they're facing. This is not what you think. This is the end of days. And Deadpool dramatically yells, oh good, glad to know that there's nothing to worry about. The monster preacher goes on telling him that this has all been prophesized, that it is the coming of a new age for monsters. Deadpool grabs the preacher, stating, and I deal with end-of-the-world stuff daily. You're gonna have to try harder than that. The preacher then says that they should reconsider. The prophecy directly involves him. To complete his ascension, the great god monster must devour the monster king, which is currently you, Deadpool. Deadpool pauses for a moment. Wait, you want him to rise? Why even bother telling me? Unbelievable. Besides, this isn't some cult thing that we've been teasing. This is something to do with Venoms and symbiotes and stuff. Read a comic, man! So 6.5 minutes later, Deadpool realizes that mistakes were clearly made. Fighting a giant symbiote dragon thing is not the smartest thing that he could have done. However, there is one good thing that came out of it. The snowman made a second pun. Before being eaten, he said, not cool. Deadpool tells everyone that they need to regroup, but during the fight, Jeff got infected. Deadpool says that it's going to be okay. They'll just help him, and ouch! Jeff chomps down on Deadpool's arm, and Elsa pulls him back, stating that they need to focus. They can't let the symbiote thing get a hold of him. What are we going to do, Deadpool? So Deadpool says that he knows. They're gonna cut this infected arm off. Always the stupid infections. I just grew this arm back. All right, time to regroup and do it again.
Let's keep this up
Pose
here.
for another epic splash page. But at that moment, Jelby says that he knows that everyone is mad at him from before, but he thought he could help. See? Jelby holds up a bubble of himself with Jeff inside, perfectly contained. Deadpool asks if he's okay in there, and Jelby tells him he is. Aside from being covered in a weird black goo, Deadpool stops for a moment and then tells everyone, I have a new plan. Time for Plan X. So after another few minutes, everyone rides inside of a giant Jelby as they go to take on the symbiote dragon again. It's going to be one of those big kaiju versus another kaiju moments. Also, does anyone else find it funny that Zurgo is blasting us into the air with their giant butthole? It's like all of my dreams are coming true! Jelby punches the dragon, and as it backs closer to a perfectly placed sinkhole, Deadpool tells Zurgo, hit it! Jelby bends over, rockets into the dragon as Zurgo blasts from his butt as hard as he can. And with one final punch, giant Jelby knocks the dragon into the sinkhole. Jelby walks up, opening up his mouth like a giant puck-shaped video game character, so Deadpool and Elsa could see, and Elsa asks, "What now? We
so
have
if
to
I
plug the
move it,
hole." Deadpool tells her that he
deactivates.
didn't think that far ahead. But this all seems strangely
Bit too
familiar.
narrow.
And as a tendril reaches up, Deadpool says, "I have to tell you one last thing. It's the actual plan, so listen carefully." After whispering it into Elsa's ear, she says that she understands, and the two kiss. She begins to confess her love, and Deadpool is pulled into the pit. It is about to be eaten, but not by the giant lava dragon, by a giant symbiote dragon. They totally did not copy this in an issue previously. This is called slow build storytelling. But some things got canceled, and well, here we are. They made it look like they predicted this moment when they wrote that scene back when they didn't even know that they were going to be in a tie-in event. Pretty cool for Deadpool, isn't it? But as Deadpool goes on monologuing, Jelby begins to slurp up part of the symbiote and jump back in. So a few moments later, Jelby climbs back out of the pit, now with the symbiote dragon in his stomach locked away. Deadpool stumbles out of Jelby's foot, stating, "Great, that's taken care of. Now we need to go fix Jeff." Later, back at the monster castle, Elsa asks if this is the giant speaker. Deadpool tells them, "Yep. Now on my mark, mark!" The speaker suddenly blasts sonic waves, ripping the symbiote infection off, and Deadpool yells to cut it. Jeff jumps up, licking Deadpool's face, and Deadpool says that he is such a good boy. "Now someone put that blown-off symbiote into a baggie until we can get it inside of Jelby." Elsa pets Jeff, stating that that is the second time that he was eaten. Should probably take better care of himself. And Deadpool asks if they could just have one moment of peace. That's all he asks for. So Nightwolf then says that there's a large gathering in the throne room. Deadpool asks if it's to celebrate their
What am I
big
looking
win,
for?
to
What's
shower
the
them in
Infernal
praise and shiny gifts. And Nightwolf tells him
Right,
actually it's
Infernal
mostly
Beacons.
complaints about property damage. Also, the preacher wanted to let you know that there was a mistake with their calculations about the end days. It seems the monster god is coming in 2022. Deadpool stops. "Great, pencil me in. I just literally saved the world. Can't people just be happy? Where are my gifts?" As the snow falls all over New York, Spider-Man takes a moment to catch his breath after narrowly getting away from one of Knowles' symbiote dragons. When he was younger, he wanted to win the Nobel Prize. He liked science, and the best scientists win Nobel Prizes. It wasn't until later that he learned that Alfred Nobel set up the Nobel Prize to atone for his inventions, most notably dynamite, which folks made mobs out of. The story goes, Alfred opened up the newspaper one day and saw
Sure,
his
that's
own
true.
obituary there, printed by mistake. It read, "The Merchant of Death is dead." Nobel was a great scientist and he understood guilt, and Spider-Man, he's full of guilt. Because this is all his fault. Ever since he brought that thing back with him, he brought Venom, a symbiote, an alien being from a war across the galaxy. Ever since, it all went wrong. Every death it has caused has been on him. Spider-Man slams his fist into the side of the wall, thinking back to all the things that Venom did, creating carnage and all the others that came out of that. And now the world is ending, and it all comes back to him, bringing the symbiote to Earth all those years ago. Patient zero of a global infection, and now Dylan Brock. But before Spider-Man could wallow in his self-pity, something flies by holding a person, and he quickly puts back on his torn mask, following it. With one good swing, he leaps through the air, punching the creature, releasing the old woman. The creature quickly shifts back into a human form, asking, "Spider-Man?" Spider-Man webs the two of them from falling, asking, "Reptile?" Oh no. Reptile asks, "What the heck, man?" Spider-Man tells him, "I thought you were a dragon." Reptile yells, "I was a pterodactyl! I was helping someone get to safety." The foreign woman yells, "Spider-Man!
What is his power?"
Menace!" But as Spider-Man helps her down, he
Any
asks,
reptile he
"Why aren't
feels
you at the
like?
Avengers Academy in California?" Reptile tells him, "You know that they closed that like years ago, man." As Spider-Man tells him, "Yeah, I knew that. This is all my fault, Spider-Man." This causes Spider-Man to pause for a moment. Wait, what? And Reptile smiles. "You're my inspiration, you know, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, always there for the little guy. Look, one thing I learned from Dr. Pym was that you have to know your own capabilities, and those giant things, I can't handle them. I wouldn't be any good. I'm just a kid who could turn into dinosaurs. But I learned from you that there are people out there who need help. That's Mrs. Volkov. She needs to get back home, and I'm gonna make sure she gets there okay, because that's what Spider-Man would do." Spider-Man thinks to himself that if all of Pym's kids turned out like this, there's nothing he can do for Eddie, for Dylan, but this kid,
Pym? As in,
the
like,
Avengers
Pink
had
Pym?
better watch out for their jobs. Spider-Man then asks, "Do you want some help?" As the two begin to make their way through the city, Reptile tells him, "This is so cool! It's Reptile and Spidey saving the day. But are you sure you don't have anywhere else more important to be?" Spider-Man tells him, "It's like you said, not your capabilities. And this is something I can help with. So Mrs. Volkov, where are we taking you?" She doesn't respond, and Reptile tells him, "Oh, she's like a big Daily Bugle fan from back in the day. Anyway, there's another reason I could use your help." "Where is Staten Island?" Spider-Man stops. "Staten? We're going to Staten? Do you know how far that is from here?" Reptile tells him, "Look, I'm from Nevada. I don't know New York." After sighing, Spider-Man says, "It's gonna be a hike, like 5 miles over open water." And after webbing up some of the incoming dragons, the two begin to fly over the ocean. Spider-Man points forward, stating, "Just keep going this way. Follow that ferry up ahead with its lights on. But that's it. If the light is attracting them, while in complete darkness, it'll act like a beacon." And the thing with beacons is that it attracts all kinds of things, like more symbiote dragons. Reptile asks him, "So what do we do?" And though Spider-Man knows that they can't possibly fight it, he says they have to fight it. But don't worry, he has an idea. He jumps down onto the boat, stating that he is here to help. He has a friend out there that could turn into dinosaurs. The captain asks, "Do you not see the size of that thing?" "Yeah, I do. But they have their land dinosaurs and their dinosaurs in the sky. Some of the biggest and meanest ones lived in the water." Reptile jumps out of the water as a giant sea creature, biting down on the dragon, bringing it with him underwater. Spider-Man then says, "Okay, we don't have much time. The only way we can kill those things is with light and electricity. Do you have any lasers on board? Anything like that?" The captain pauses, thinking about that question. "No." Spider-Man says, "Then you better have some serious generators on this tub." The captain tells him that it's an Olus-class ferry, brand new. They run 4 EMD 12-710 diesel engines. Their emergency generator alone puts out 400,000 kilowatts. You want juice? We got juice, Spider-Man. The two begin to get things ready, with some of the passengers asking what is he planning? What can he do? Where's Captain Marvel? Where's Thor? Spider-Man's anxiety begins to spike. It's all his fault. Mrs. Volkov tells everyone to just shut up. This Spider-Man wants to help, which is shocking. I know. Always I think he is a threat. He is a menace. But he helped me. And when he see you, your ship and your monster, he could have said, "Oh, not Spider-Man's problem. It's problem for Captain Marvel or blonde pretty man Thor." Nothing Spider-Man can do. Oh well. He could go on, save one person and sleep good night. But he told polite dinosaur boy that you need our help. Help us. So let him. With that, the passengers begin to get everything together while Reptile continues his fight below in the ocean. Once they're down, Spider-Man holds up a makeshift harpoon connected to the generator, stating, "All right, it's just me and the big guy. Let's do our own Moby Dick routine. From hell's heart, I stab at thee." Spider-Man leaps into the air, not nervous, not shaking, not full of anxiety, and he slams the harpoon into the dragon's mouth. As the generators kick on, they send out an unimaginable amount of electricity into the dragon, causing it to explode, flinging him back off the ship. Spider-Man asks, "You gotta be kidding me. I went toe to toe," but Reptile stops him. "You went more like wing to flipper." Mrs. Volkov pats Reptile, telling him, "I'm glad you're not dead, polite dinosaur boy. I think I will take the ferry the rest of the way home. The flying, not so good for me." Reptile laughs. "Of course, whatever you want." And the two look out into the ocean, and Reptile tells Spider-Man that they did it. They got Mrs. Volkov home. They helped one person, and they ended up saving a whole boat of people. So, what do we do now? Spider-Man laughs. "Are you new? We do it all over again. Maybe we can't beat up the alien space god. There are still people out there who need help tonight. You up for it?" And Reptile tells him, "Oh yeah!" The sky is black as the symbiote dragon horde flies through it. The sun is gone, shrouded from the earth by Null's orb of symbiotes. This is definitely some stupid space shit. Well, this hell is better than that hell tonight. The Night Flyer whispers as he looks up into the sky from the jail cell that he currently finds himself in.
I think that's the
group of
realest
criminals
thing ever
look
said
up
in a
as a
comic
group
book.
of guards carry in a man who is fighting like hell. "Unhand me! I defended myself!"
This is some stupid space
Conan
shit.
bellows to the guards. One points a nightstick at him, telling the barbarian that he'll do hard time for assaulting a police officer. "How can a dog be an officer of the guard? Besides, I let it live! And this island is a palace compared to some of the dungeons I've escaped from." Deadpool walks up next to the guard, apparently in the same jail cell. A jury will find this man guilty, especially since I'm representing him, Deadpool says with a thumbs up, pocketing the keys that he pulled off the guard when he wasn't looking. Shut up, Deadpool, the guard snarls as he swings his club, snapping the merc's wrist. My bait in hand! I guess it'll be a while before I go fishing again. Deadpool muses as he flops his wrist around.
Really
The guard tells everyone to shut up and storms out of the cell. And after he leaves, Conan smiles at Deadpool, remarking that he noticed that he stole the keys. I'm Conan. Deadpool nods, snapping his wrist back into place. Call me Deadpool, he says as his wrist heals. But Deadpool looks down and realizes that he stole the guard's personal keys, not the keys to the cell. Conan looks at him in shock for a moment, mentioning that he's seen Logan do the same thing with his wounds. Logan? There's a name I only hear when he needs sales. He doesn't return my calls these days. Came down with a case of the Krakoa-itis, Deadpool says with a turn of his head. You know the man? I'd like to speak to him. I'd like to get my own set of sneak blades. Conan puts his arm around Deadpool and tells him that they need to escape. Your entire body can heal quickly from injury. Like Logan? Conan asks. Better than Logan. Deadpool confirms. So Conan smiles, slamming the merc's head against the bars. Perfect, I'll be as swift as I can. His muscles flex as he begins to push Deadpool's body through the small space between the bars, yelling for him to be reborn into freedom. But even Deadpool gets stuck. Hold fast, I'm going to kick it through the other side. Conan yells, slamming his boots against the bloody mess of Deadpool, while the other prisoners look in shock and revulsion. Finally, a mass of blood and organs inside of a suit, Deadpool has reached the other side of the bars. Why shouldn't I leave you? He asks as his body begins to put itself back together. If you do, you're not half the man that Logan is. Conan growls and Wade looks at him for a moment. You certainly know which buttons to push. He snaps. The guards enter the room, slipping on Deadpool's entrails in blood. Wade whirls, elbowing the guard in the head, knocking him out. He quickly tosses Conan the cell keys, and inside, the Night Flyer steps forward, asking the barbarian to take him along. I will open up the door, then you will make your own way, Conan says simply. But the Night Flyer introduces himself, offering Conan a safe place to hide and a possible score. If you don't like what I'm selling, you can bounce on your own way. I'm leaving. If you wish to follow, that is of your own business. If I wish to listen to this tale of treasure, that is my business, Conan tells him as he nods to the door. 7 minutes later, the trio have made it to the evidence locker and are beating up gods. Oh, I was wondering where these went. I left these here probably like 2 arrests ago, Deadpool notes as he pulls out 2 of his swords and sheaths them on his back. These seem like fine weapons. I'm leaving this jail richer than when I entered. Conan tells the group as he grabs a machete and a shotgun. As Night Flyer soars overhead, Conan and Deadpool ride 2 horses through the gate and into the rainy night. Deadpool looks down at his horse, apologizing because he knows that the horse will most likely be eaten by a dragon. Almost as if on cue, one of the dragons swooped down out of the sky, attacking the horse that Conan's riding on. Yep. That pony didn't last 50 yards, Deadpool notes as he opens fire. With a yell, Conan is knocked from the bridge, plummeting to the bay below. But Night Flyer swoops down to grab him. My thanks, Conan yells as he is dropped back onto the bridge. And without hesitation, he raises the machete, charging at the dragon. Come, beast, meet your end. He yells as he slashes at it, but the cut does nothing and the monster looks at him. Do you remember? It growls, and Conan is shocked as the monster lashes at him with its tongue. The tendrils beginning to wrap around his body as he fires his shotgun, trying to free himself. The voice fills his mind, and suddenly he is in the snowy mountains of a Chimaria. And before him is a sword made of black goo. The voice calls to him, reminding him that the symbiote saved him in the battle against Kulon Goth. He reaches for the blade. In the real world, the Night Flyer begins to fly away as he watches Conan being cocooned. This is kind of like outside the Night Flyer's strike zone, he notes. And nearby, Deadpool continues to fire at the approaching dragons. Hey, I got my own problems here, and I'm all out of ponies, he screams. You dare threaten me, Wraith! Conan bellows as he holds the symbiotic sword in his hand. The snow falls around them in the ancient Chimaria, but the hilt of the sword twists to the shape of a creature's head. I am not what I once was, it explains, and the symbiote twists as it speaks to Conan's mind, showing him its history. It fell to the earth long ago and was taken by a merchant who would use the living ooze to draw potential customers in. Eventually, the symbiote was purchased by a sorcerer supreme named Macree Ra. The sorcerer showed the symbiote kindness, wishing to learn its history. It was first bonded to the sorcerer's cat, becoming a familiar of sorts. Yet this would not last. Macree Ra thought was killed by Kulan Goth, who had come for his power. The evil wizard attempted to devour the symbiote
I
as he had
suppose
done
if I'm
with
going to do
McQueen
another
Raw, but
DPS,
eventually
I should
Goth
probably
gave
do
up
like
and
a
instead trapped the
ranged
symbiote.
one.
The symbiote was
I don't know
tortured
that
for
I'm
over
interested
1,000
in
years until
doing.
Conan eventually freed it in the
That was a
city
nice
of
person
Sickles.
I'd get back into
Conan
dealing.
rears back from the images, the symbiote shifting
But
and
that I would
floating
have to
before him in
relearn.
cold winds of Chimeria. I live only to slay Kulan Gath. When it is done, so am I. If you wield me, you will never be harmed. Let us kill the mad wizard together. The symbiote offers him. Conan nods and holds up the sword, the symbiotic weapon bonding with him. We are partners until the deed is done. Meanwhile, back in the present day, Conan pulls himself free of the symbiotic cocoon, and he turns to find
think
Deadpool
about it.
firing his pistols into the monsters while Night Flyer stands nearby. Oh man, welcome back. Thought you croaked for sure, Night Flyer tells him. Conan turns to the approaching symbiote dragons wielding his new black blade. Back, wraiths. Let your master plunder what he will. We care not. Our prize is elsewhere. Or stay and face me and die. The dragons hiss before turning and flying away from Conan. Looks like your new sword has some sway over those things. Let's keep moving. I don't think we're clear of Riker's snipers yet. Deadpool tells his companions. And as if on cue, a sniper shot echoes over the darkness leaden bridge. Potatoes! Deadpool grunts as the round goes
All
through
right,
his
I
head.
think that's going to do it for me today. But, bravo, thanks for hanging out and checking in and out. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well in PUBG. But, you know, whether you watch now or later, whenever you are, wherever you are, be well. And I will see you again tomorrow. So, hopefully I'll see you.